Chapter 37:26. Dear Sect Perfected Immortal, did you get the wrong person? How could he be the North Mystic Immortal Emperor? The old man from the Wang family looked at the Dear Sect Perfected Immortal with anticipation, hoping that he was just joking. Because of the Wang family's background, even though he was an Eternal Life Realm cultivator, he was still the same generation as the Dear Sect Perfected Immortal. But now, he didn't dare to treat himself as the same generation as the Dear Sect Perfected Immortal anymore. Wang Luo subconsciously clenched his fists, then loosened them. Drops of sweat flowed out from the gaps between his fingers and dripped to the ground. Almost in an instant, his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He looked at Ning Qi with fear in his eyes. If Ning Qi was the North Mystic Immortal Emperor, then the female cultivator following him, could she really be the Wang family's ancestral patriarch? Wang Dong, you're silly. The Dear Sect Perfected Immortal glanced at the old man from the Wang family. The mighty North Mystic Immortal Emperor commands the central mainland and shakes the universe. How could I get the wrong person? The last glimmer of hope in the old man's heart was shattered when he heard that. His face was filled with despair. When he looked at Ning Qi, he seemed to be begging for mercy. Ning Qi had told him before not to regret it. Now, he was filled with regret. If he knew this was going to happen, he would have admitted defeat immediately. He wouldn't be in such a dilemma now. I haven't seen you for many years. Your cultivation has improved. Ning Qi looked at the Dear Sect Perfected Immortal with a faint smile. The Dear Sect Perfected Immortal's expression became even more respectful. My aptitude is mediocre. I've embarrassed myself in front of the North Mystic Immortal Emperor. The moment he saw Ning Qi, he could feel that Ning Qi's aura was even more terrifying than before. His aura was as deep as the ocean, like endless waves. Amidst the calmness, there was a kind of raging wave that could shatter everything into pieces at any time. Work hard. With your aptitude, you have a chance to become a human immortal in the future. Ning Qi smiled. The Dear Sect Perfected Immortal's eyes flashed with surprise. This is really a surprise. If someone else said this, he wouldn't believe it at all. But Ning Qi was different. Have you been in contact with the Wang family's old side all these years? Ning Qi changed the topic. The Dear Sect True Immortal thought in his heart. He said respectfully, after the North Mystic Celestial Emperor left, the branch family of the Wang family took over this place. Seeing this, I decided to protect them. After all, the cultivation of the branch family of the Wang family is not that high. Then do you know that the side branch of the Wang clan has used my name to run amok? Ning Qi smiled. A wry smile appeared on the Dear Sect True Immortal's face as he said in a low voice, I really don't know. As a creation-level expert, he was usually either in closed-door seclusion or managing the affairs of the Dear Gate Immortal dynasty. How would he have the time to pay attention to the Wang clan? He only promised that if the Wang clan was in trouble, the Wang clan could look for him for help. During these years, he had only helped the Wang clan 3 to 5 times, and every time, he would easily resolve their problems. The crowd saw that the Dear Sect Perfected Immortal was very respectful to Ning Qi from beginning to end. No matter how shocked they were, they didn't believe it, but they knew that Ning Qi was most likely the North Mystic Celestial Emperor who ruled over the central region. Greetings, North Mystic Celestial Lord. Someone kneeled down in agitation. Whoosh! In less than a breath's time, apart from Ning Qi's group and the Dear Sect Perfected Immortal, no one else was left standing. The Wang clan elder knelt down respectfully, and Wang Luo and the others also knelt on the ground, trembling. Everyone, please rise. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. The crowd felt a force lifting them up, and they couldn't help but stand up. The cultivators of the Wang clan thought that they stood up on their own, so they stood up one after another. Did I allow you to stand up? Wang Shui glanced at them coldly. When the Wang family heard this, They were so frightened that they fell to their knees once more. As the side branch of the Wang clan, when the main branch left, you moved into the main branch's land. I don't blame you for this, but you used the North Mystic Celestial Emperor's name in the central mainland to run amok and ruin the Wang clan's reputation. This is an unforgivable crime. Kill yourself. Wang Shui looked at the Wang clan elder and said calmly. Kill myself? Not only did the Wang clan raise their heads in shock, but even the deer sect perfected immortal was shocked. He didn't recognize who Wang Shui was, but after hearing what Wang Shui said, she should be the same generation as Ning Qi? In the Wang clan, the same generation as Ning Qi, a light flashed in the deer sect perfected immortal's mind. He looked at Wang Shui in disbelief, and then he finally confirmed Wang Shui's identity. After Ning Qi became the North Mystic Celestial Emperor, everyone was curious about Ning Qi's past, including the deer sect perfected immortal. He knew that Ning Qi had a wife in the Wang clan who was about to get married, but she was killed on the day of the wedding. Now that Wang Shui's appearance matched the image in the information he found, he finally recognized Wang Shui's true identity. This isn't an ordinary Wang clan elder. These side branches of the Wang clan will suffer the consequences of their actions. The deer sect perfected immortal sighed in his heart. Elder, have mercy. Have mercy, elder. The Wang clan elder was terrified, and he kowtowed to Wang Shui. The rest of the people didn't move. They were afraid that they would offend Wang Shui and get into trouble. If you kill yourself, you can keep your divine soul. In the future, when you reincarnate, you still have a chance of survival. If I kill you, you won't even have the right to enter reincarnation. Do as you see fit. I'll give you 5 breaths to consider. Wang Shui said calmly, without a hint of sympathy in her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that they were of the same bloodline, Wang Shui would have killed him a long time ago. Elder, can you really not spare my life? The Wang clan elder had a look of despair. A few breaths later, he waved his hand and hit the top of his head, and his life was instantly cut off. Seeing this, Wang Luo burst into tears. Elder, have mercy. I'm still young, I don't want to die. Elder, please have mercy and spare my life. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. I remember that he even wanted to kill this elder. He really doesn't know what's good for him. All these years, the side branch of the Wang clan relied on the name of North Mystic Celestial Lord to do many evil things. Now, evil has its retribution. I remember that Wang Luo had a conflict with someone because of a woman a few years ago. The other party was a disciple of a small sect, and he didn't walk out of this city. No one knows where he went. He should be dead. The whispers around him were like knives cutting into Wang Luo's heart. He cursed in his heart, and he was filled with hatred. This group of people who hid him when he was down, if he was given a chance, he would definitely take revenge one by one in the future. You don't even have the right to reincarnate. Wang Shui glared at Wang Luo coldly, and then she struck out with her palm. Wang Luo was dumbfounded. In an instant, he was smashed into dust, and even his divine soul couldn't be saved. When the Wang clan saw this, they were instantly frightened. Even the disciples who thought that they had never done anything bad started to tremble. Chapter 37:27. All collateral descendants of the Wang family, from today onwards, move out of the ancestral house. You are not allowed to use my name to commit crimes. This order is valid forever. After Wang Luo's death, Wang Shui glanced at the Wang family's disciples and said faintly. Her voice spread throughout the giant city like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Yes, old ancestor, we will leave now. Several eternal life realm cultivators of the Wang family nodded and left without saying a word. They walked quickly, hoping to leave this place as soon as possible. As for Wang Shui's identity and origin, they were no longer interested in knowing. Not long after, all the Wang family's disciples left. Seeing this, the dear sect perfected immortal hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do you want me to arrange for some people to take care of the Wang family's ancestral house? There's no need for that. It's just a residence. I will leave a restrictive spell." Wang Shui smiled and shook her head. With a gentle wave of her hand, a beam of immortal force entered the void. Then, a vortex seemed to appear in the sky, twisting the surrounding clouds. Clouds were sucked into the vortex. A moment later, a colorful cloud appeared in the sky above the Wang family's ancestral home. If one looked closely, one could see that there was lightning circulating in the colorful cloud. In the future, if anyone enters the Wang family's ancestral house rashly, divine thunder will fall from the sky. Even a fourth-step cultivator will be seriously injured and die. Wang Shui smiled at the dear sect perfected immortal. Although her voice wasn't loud, everyone heard her clearly. Fourth-step cultivators? Many cultivators were stunned. For them, second-step cultivators were already extremely mysterious, so fourth-step cultivators. Are there really fourth-step cultivators? The dear sect perfected immortal muttered to himself subconsciously. "Ningqi, since we have seen this place, why don't you take me around? We will go to the ancestral planet to find the old lord and the others, then return to the god Luo mystic realm?" Wang Shui smiled at Ningqi. "Okay." Ningqi smiled and nodded. Then, his and Wang Shui's figures suddenly burst like bubbles and disappeared in front of everyone. The ninth princess was stunned for a moment. She bit her lip, and her eyes revealed a complicated look. She did not know why Ningqi and Wang Shui's departure would suddenly make her feel so lost and empty. "Miss, what is this?" An eternal life realm cultivator behind the ninth princess looked at her in surprise. Originally, there was nothing above the ninth princess' neck, but after Ningqi left, there was a necklace. The sky-dominating ape looked down and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. "Miss, the aura on it is very terrifying. I'm afraid it is an extraordinary magic treasure. Even if it is in the transcendence realm, it can easily suppress that kind." "Oh." The ninth princess came back to her senses and touched the necklace on her neck. The corners of her mouth suddenly curled up. "Let's go." Ningqi took Wang Shui to stroll around the central continent at an extremely fast speed. Although it was a bit like looking at flowers on horseback, both of their cultivations were extremely high. A breath of time didn't seem long, but for the two of them, it was like a day. There seems to be a lot of people kneeling over there? Some of them have already died, turned into white bones, yet they still maintain a kneeling posture. It really is strange, the restrictive magic on them. The aura is the same as yours. Wang Shui suddenly stopped and looked down not far away. This used to be the old site of the Qin Tang Empire, but the Qin Tang Empire has disappeared in the long river of time. As for this group of people, well, I didn't expect a few of them to still be alive. They are my enemies, and the restrictive magic on them was also arranged by me. Now it seems that the means at that time were really immature. Ningqi smiled. "Immature? Then let me help you. As for those guys who are on the verge of death, why don't you increase their lifespan and make them kneel a little longer?" Wang Shui smiled and said, "Just like what you did in Tianlong country." Without waiting for Ningqi to speak, Wang Shui had already made a move. "Is it raining?" This rain is a bit strange." A beggar who was curled up on the street and was about to die of old age suddenly had his bedsores healed, and then the weak vitality in his body increased rapidly. In less than a few breaths of time, the vitality in his body was comparable to that of a man in his prime. In addition, almost everyone on this street benefited. Except for this street, the sun was shining brightly in other places, and there was no rain at all. This is a blessing from God. My chronic illness is finally cured. What? You're cured too? Me too. Quick, pray to God. Everyone quickly knelt and kowtowed to the sky. In the mist, Ningqi looked at Wang Shui with a funny smile. Since they made a move, I'll give them a small opportunity. Let's go. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Below, dozens of figures knelt in front of the two brothels. The history of these two brothels was so long that even the current dynasty couldn't compare. 100 years ago, when the dynasty changed, the two sides fought fiercely. However, these two brothels survived. Not only did they not suffer any damage during the war, but they also protected many ordinary people. It wasn't that the boss behind the brothels was powerful and had a reputation, but the people who knelt in front of the brothels. These people were sinners who were ordered by the North Mystic Celestial Emperor to kneel here. Who would dare to mess around here? As time passed, many of the people who knelt here had turned into white bones. The remaining people were struggling at death's door, and their vitality was weak. However, after this reign, these people's vitality increased exponentially, and even their cultivation had a breakthrough. What's going on? Ning Hongtian rolled his eyes in disbelief. He found that his cultivation had a breakthrough. Could it be that God has opened his eyes and can't stand what that evil creature has done to us? Thinking of this, Ning Hongtian was extremely excited and madly activated his cultivation technique. He saw the hope of getting out of this. However, he didn't know that the restrictive spell that was suppressing him had been strengthened countless times in Wang Shui's hands. If any Daluo Golden Celestial could break Ning Qi's restrictive spell back then, it would be almost impossible for even a fifth-step cultivator to break Wang Shui's restrictive spell without destroying Ning Hongtian and the others. This was what it meant to be eternally suppressed. Evil creature, you must live well and wait for me to get out. Ning Hongtian's only obsession at this moment was Ning Qi. After Ning Qi and Wang Shui left the central mainland, they called the Old Supreme Lord and the Bull Demon King when they passed by the ancestral star. Not long after, the four of them returned to the Shunluo mystic realm. Dihuang, Qingfeng and Dipong appeared in front of Ning Qi almost at the same time. After seeing the Old Supreme Lord, a smile appeared on their faces. Congratulations, Old Supreme Lord. Qingfeng smiled. You're welcome. The Old Supreme Lord nodded at Qingfeng with a smile. Amitba, the ancient immortal clan has no more worries now that the Old Supreme Lord can escape. Dipong put his palms together. You are Dipong Ancient Buddha? The Bull Demon King, who was standing at the back, suddenly looked at Dipong with a hint of fear in his eyes. It could be said that in the immortal world, which demon was not afraid of the group of bald donkeys in the Western Paradise? Even the Bull Demon King's good brother was captured to the Western Paradise for training and was given the title of Victorious Fighting Buddha. After the Bull Demon King recognized Dipong, he subconsciously lifted his anus and then hid behind Ning Qi. Chapter 37-28. Dipong looked at the Bull Demon King and smiled. Brother Nyo, why are you so afraid of me? Who's afraid? I'm not. The Bull Demon King came to his senses. He hadn't done anything bad and Dipong had no reason to suppress him, so he became confident and fearless. But he still hid behind Ning Qi, not daring to come forward. Dipong smiled and ignored the Bull Demon King. He looked at Ning Qi. Emperor Bei Xian, apart from the old lord and brother Nyo, are the others still alive? Qingfeng looked around and saw that there were no other ancient immortals apart from the Bull Demon King and the old lord. Ning Qi had even saved the old lord. How could the other ancient immortals not be around? Unless they've all reincarnated. Ning Qi sighed softly. It's good that they've reincarnated. At least they don't have to be bullied by the Tiandao family. Now that King Yenluo has regained control of the underworld, we'll be able to see them again soon. Qingfeng was startled and then murmured to himself. After chatting for a while, they returned to the Void Immortal Hall. Before Ning Qi and the others reached the War God Hall, a few figures appeared in front of Ning Qi. Ning Qi glanced around and smiled. You're all back. Boss, it's a big day. How dare we not come back? Little Six said with a smile. Behind him stood Ning Zi, Ning Bai, Ning Jin, and Fatty Ning. They looked at Ning Chi with excitement. It's good that you're back. Ning Chi nodded with a smile. At this time, Fatty Ning suddenly stepped forward, stretched out his chubby palm, and said to Ning Chi with a silly smile, "Pill, pill." Seeing this, Ning Chi took out a blood pill and threw it to Fatty Ning. Fatty Ning was about to swallow it but was stopped by Ning Chi. This pill contains terrifying power. If you swallow it just like that, your body will explode. Soak it in water and drink it slowly. It will be enough for you to reach the Tao querying realm. If it is not enough, I will give you more. Enough for me to reach the Tao querying state? The Bull Demon King's eyes lit up and he stretched out his hand. Pill! Brother Nyo, they're all my demonic pets. Do you want to be my demonic pet too? Ning Chi looked at the Bull Demon King with a half-smile. The Bull Demon King was stunned for a moment, then he smiled sheepishly and retracted his palm. Forget it then. What kind of person was the Bull Demon King? How could he be willing to be a demon pet? Other than Fatty Ning, Ning Chi also gave Ning Zi and the others a pill each, while Little Six gave 3. Bull Demon King was expressionless, but his heart was drooling crazily. War God Temple Sect Master Hall. Wang Shui reported to Wang Hai what had happened at the Wang family's old site, while Ning Chi brought the holy concubine and Li Xian to meet the old lord. The old Supreme Elder looked at Li Xian and his expression changed slightly. He looked at Ning Chi and saw Ning Chi nodding slightly. He immediately knew what was going on. Li Xian, this is old Lord Taishang. The bloodline that flows in your body is the same as his. Ning Chi smiled at Li Xian. Old Lord Taishang? A trace of shock flashed in Li Xian's eyes. She had long known that she had the bloodline of old Lord Taishang in her body, but it was her first time seeing such a legendary immortal. She was still very shocked. The concentration of the bloodline in your body is quite strong. No wonder you could enter the immortal cultivation world. Back then, I left a trace of my bloodline on Earth and hid a pill of fortune in that trace of bloodline. In such a short time, you can have your current cultivation. It must be related to this pill of fortune, right? The old Supreme Elder smiled. The smile on Li Xian's face suddenly froze. She subconsciously looked at Ning Chi, but Ning Chi touched his nose guiltily. Old Supreme Elder, Sister Li Xian has already pledged to marry Bei Xian. That pill of fortune was used by my husband, but don't worry, my husband will not mistreat Sister Li Xian. The holy concubine smiled. The old Supreme Elder looked at Li Xian and then at Ning Chi, then stroked his beard and smiled. Ning Chi's eyes moved. He seemed to see a trace of understanding in the depths of the old Supreme Elder's eyes. It seemed that he was not surprised about this at all? Could it be that the old Supreme Elder could predict today's matter so many years ago? Even a fifth-step cultivator couldn't do it, right? Perhaps a sixth-step cultivator who specialized in the Tao of divination might have such a method. Sister Li Xian, I already know about the matter between you and Bei Xian. Why don't we attend the wedding together? Wang Shui walked to Ning Chi's side and smiled at Li Xian. Li Xian was stunned for a moment and looked at Ning Chi. After so many years, it's time to have a status. Ning Chi looked at Li Xian and nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Li Xian's cheeks suddenly turned red, and she nodded gently. Only little Yu, who was standing next to Lin Mei in the corner of the hall, showed a trace of sadness on her face. The next moment, a palm gently grabbed little Yu-er's arm. Little Yu-er looked over and saw Zhuo Ling smiling at her. She sent a voice transmission. Sister Yu-er, don't worry. There is still a place for you in young master's heart. I support you. Little Yu-er was stunned, and then a trace of fighting spirit appeared in her eyes as she nodded. A long, long time ago, when she first met Ning Chi was 18 years old, and she was less than 10 years old. Although there was a small age gap between the two, so many years had passed. In the eyes of cultivators, the difference of a few years was negligible. In the next few months, the sacred concubine was preparing for the wedding between Ning Qi, Wang Shui, and Li Xen. All the races, sects, and forces in the Shunluo mystic realm received the sacred concubine's invitation. In these few months, with Ning Qi's help in digesting the elixir, the cultivators of the War God Temple basically had a qualitative improvement in their cultivation. If a cultivator at the fourth step of the rebirth realm wanted to help a cultivator at the second step of the Shunluo mystic realm improve their cultivation, even if they didn't use elixirs. However, some of these methods were harmful to the source, so Ning Qi took out the blood elixirs he had refined during this period and distributed them according to the level of their cultivation. He would speed up the absorption of the elixir. Duan Injun was originally a zenith heaven golden celestial, and after a few months, his cultivation directly broke through to the ancient transformation realm. As for Dongfang Haojie, Little Yurzwa Ling Limacho, and Meng Qingling, their cultivation levels were higher than Duan Ingjun's, and their aptitude was also better than his. With Ning Qi's help, they easily broke through to the third step and became early-stage Dao querying cultivators. In the few months since Ning Qi returned, the strength of the War God Temple had skyrocketed. There were more than 10 third-step cultivators, and the rest of the higher-ups of the War God Temple were either ancient or celestial emperors. The strength of the disciples below them had also skyrocketed. It could be said that the strength of the War God Temple, without considering Ning Qi, could easily crush the Tiandao family. Even in the Shunluo mystic realm, it was still an extremely powerful force. One could imagine that Jiang Tianshu, who was worshipped by the Tiandao family like a god, did not take care of the Tiandao family as much as they thought. They were just chess pieces that Jiang Tianshu could casually throw away. Chapter 37-29 Shunluo Mystic Realm. Great Wilderness. Recently, the number of cultivators in the Great Wilderness had multiplied. Experts that were hard to come by were now everywhere. Some of the geniuses gathered together to spar, and Dao querying experts sat together to discuss Dao. You could see them on the streets at any time. At a glance, it was very possible to see cultivators of dozens of races walking on the path. With so many cultivators, the Great Wilderness was about to explode. Originally, the more people there were, the more Jianghu fights. But in the Great Wilderness, you could see people exchanging pointers and fighting techniques, but you couldn't see people killing each other. Even if they were enemies during this period of time, even if they were once enemies, they would at most curse each other and then leave peacefully. Everyone knew that the purpose of everyone gathering here was to attend Ning Qi's wedding. Even the backer that the Dragon Clan invited from the Divine Luo realm was destroyed by Ning Qi. Who in the Divine Luo mystic realm would dare to cause trouble in Ning Qi's territory now? I'm afraid such a scene will never happen again. The Golden Crow Demon Lord stood at the entrance of the War God Temple's branch, looking at the foreign races gathered nearby and chatting. Many of them were enemies that would normally start a fight the moment they saw each other, but today, they were extremely obedient and did not cause any trouble. In the past, even the two of us could not mediate the hatred between them. Now, that person's influence is indeed terrifying. The three-eyed Master God said plainly. The demon race and the three-eyed race had sent the most people this time. Apart from the two of them, each race had sent over 500 people, which added up to more than 1,000 people. Meanwhile, the other races were only allowed to bring 100 direct descendants, so they couldn't compete with the two Holy Lands. They could not compete with the two sacred grounds. There were also some cultivators who had come of their own accord after hearing about this, wanting to see if they could find any opportunities here. After all, a grand gathering of so many Dao querying experts might not happen again in the future. If they did not grasp this opportunity, they might regret it in the future. Both of you, please follow me. A figure suddenly appeared behind the two of them. The two turned and immediately cupped their hands. Greetings, Taoist Qingfeng. It was Qingfeng. When the Dragon Lord of North Een had come to seek revenge, Qingfeng had killed a Karma Realm expert with one sword. This scene had left a deep impression on the two of them. It was also then that they realized that the Immortal Palace cultivators could actually release such a stunning sword. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Qingfeng smiled. The patriarchs of the various outsiders were already seated in the public square that the Saint Concubine had arranged for them. The stronger their cultivation base, the more powerful their clan was, and the further in front they sat. The more it was at a time like this, the more strict the hierarchy would be. If they allowed everyone to sit as they pleased, it would not be good. Only then would the weaker races not have to tremble in fear. In addition to these leaders, the cultivators they had brought with them were sitting on the tables in the periphery, guarding a high platform made of white jade in front of them like stars surrounding the moon. The great desolate king should be entering the arena soon, right? The Golden Crow demonic lord smiled at Qingfeng. He, the three-eyed master god, Qingfeng, Dipankara Buddha, and some of the upper echelons of the War God Hall were seated at the same table. Qingfeng glanced at the sky and smiled at the Golden Crow demonic master. The auspicious day, according to the Grand Supreme Elder, has not arrived yet. As soon as he finished speaking, a black crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately after, a terrifying aura that made one's heart jump came from within. It was like a sharp sword hanging above everyone's head, causing them to feel a bone-piercing chill. Qingfeng's and Dipankara's expressions changed slightly. The Golden Crow demonic lord and the three-eyed master god also looked up at the sky with a grim look in their eyes. The aura from the crack was too terrifying. Even the fourth-step dragon race cultivators who had come to seek revenge previously could not compare to it. In comparison, the fourth-step dragon race cultivators' auras were as weak as ants. Some cultivators with lower cultivation could no longer withstand the aura and spat out a mouthful of blood. They looked extremely dispirited as they looked up at the sky in horror. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect there to be a small world here. However, the cultivators here are too weak. They are like ants. There are only so few third-step cultivators, and the rest are all second-step cultivators. A figure walked out of the crack. It was a giant that was more than 30 meters tall. He only had one eye on his forehead, and there were no nostrils, mouth, or ears. His chest was trembling continuously, and it was obvious that the voice had come from there. The giant's body reeked of blood. At the moment, there were a few wounds on his body that were continuously oozing green blood. His right palm had been cut off, and his left leg was also missing. It seemed like he had just gone through a fierce battle. When his body was completely revealed in front of everyone, the crack behind him disappeared with a whoosh. The giant lowered his head to look at the Golden Crow Demon Master and the others. Suddenly, a bloody mouth appeared on his face, and a long tongue extended out. That old bastard injured my core, so I can use your blood essence to heal myself. I'm afraid today is some kind of festival. Is that why all of you are gathered here? That's good. There are not many Tao querying realm auras in this small world. Most of them are already here, so there's no need for me to capture them one by one. He plans to eat us? The various Tao querying cultivators were stunned. Then, a look of horror appeared in their eyes. The other party's aura was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that they could not even move their fingers. Even the fourth-step dragons behind the Dragon Lord of North Een did not have such an aura. At this moment, everyone felt uneasy. If even Ning Qi was not a match for this unknown existence, then wouldn't they all be annihilated today? Would they all end up as this existence's food? Who are you? Today is my master's wedding day. Please give me some face and leave. Qingfeng stood up and looked coldly at the giant. The aura that enveloped him was not enough to suppress him to the point where he could not move. However, getting up was already his limit. The golden crow demonic lord and the three-eyed master god looked at each other. Right now they could only turn their heads. As for getting up, they could not do it at all. From this, it could be seen that Qing Feng was indeed stronger than the two of them. Your master's wedding day? Ah, that's perfect. Then let the bride come out and meet me. If she's soft and tender, I'll eat her as well. As for face, who does your master think he is? How dare he ask me to give him face? The giant let out a sinister laugh. How dare you? A cold shout came from one of the halls. Immediately after, the aura of an indestructible state enveloped the giant. Although the giant was strong, he was only at the late stage of the rebirth state. After being enveloped by Wang Shui's aura, a look of shock appeared on his face. Then, he looked at the hall in horror and stammered, No, who is it? Junior, I was just passing by. If I accidentally offended you, please forgive me. Schwerer, you're the bride today. It's not appropriate for you to show yourself before the auspicious day arrives. Leave this person to me. Ning Qi's voice sounded. Immediately after, the devil refining gourd suddenly appeared above the giant. The giant looked up and saw a cloud of black fog sweeping towards him. An 8th grade innate spiritual treasure? No. The giant let out an extremely terrified roar. Just as he was about to escape, he was wrapped up by the black fog and sucked into the devil refining gourd. Everyone below instantly felt the pressure disappear without a trace. Then, they looked at Ning Qi, who was walking slowly in midair and catching the devil refining gourd. Their eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 3730. The Golden Crow Demon Lord and the others from the various clans asked. They had clearly witnessed the scene. That Existence, who was much stronger than the backer behind the Dragon Lord of the North, had not only trembled in fear from Wang Shui's cold shout, but had also been suppressed by Ning Qi with a single move. If that was the case, just how strong was Ning Qi? They only knew that Ning Qi and the others were stronger than fourth-step cultivators, but they didn't know how much stronger. Now, they finally had a clearer idea. When they thought about how Ning Qi's cultivation level was similar to theirs in the Shunluo mystic realm, he became ridiculously strong in the blink of an eye. The Taoists sighed in their hearts. It's just a small interlude. Don't worry about it. That cultivator just now was at the late stage of the rebirth realm. After being refined by my demon refining gourd, he will be condensed into a blood pill. Everyone can share some of it. I believe it won't be a problem for you to break through 1 or 2 levels. Ning Qi smiled at the crowd. Everyone was stunned at first, then their eyes were filled with ecstasy. That fourth-step cultivator was going to be refined into an elixir? Moreover, they might even have a small chance of consuming this elixir. The cultivators who were brought here by their Taoists were so excited that their hands were trembling. They stared at the demon refining gourd in Ning Qi's hand and even licked their lips impatiently. They didn't know how effective the blood pill would be. They only knew that the effects of an elixir refined by a fourth-step cultivator would definitely not be too bad. The 1 or 2 levels that Ning Qi mentioned might really not be a problem. Great Wilderness Monarch, does that mean that the Golden Crow Demon Lord and I will be able to break through to the 4th step? The three-eyed Master God asked in a daze. The realm that he had been dreaming of was right before his eyes? You are cultivators of the Immortal Palace. If you consume a complete blood pill, you will have no problem breaking through to the 4th step. As long as your physical bodies are strong enough, you will not be weaker than the cultivators from the dragon race invited by the Dragon Lord of the North. However, if you only consume a small portion, you might also trigger the Shunluo tribulation with your current perfected Tao querying cultivation. If you survive the Shunluo tribulation, you will naturally be able to ascend to the Shunluo realm and reach the Karma realm. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Back then, he had failed his tribulation, and the Silver Dragon had helped him sneak into the God Luo world to become a dark cultivator. If not for the fact that the Dark Council had its own means of advancement, he would probably not have been able to reach the Karma realm. On the other hand, the Golden Crow Demon Lord and the Three-Eyed Master God were different. They only had two choices. Either they succeeded in their tribulations and became karmic, or they failed and would be reincarnated. There was no third option. That works too. Congratulations to the Great Wilderness Queen on your wedding today. If I can reach the fourth step in the future, in the divine Luo world, I won't dare to disobey the Great Wilderness Monarch's orders. The Three-Eyed Master God abruptly rose to his feet and cupped his hands toward Ningqi. He appeared rather agitated, which was completely different from how he usually acted in front of everyone. The Dragon Lord of the North was domineering. The Three-Eyed Sovereign's face darkened. The Golden Crow Demon Lord was easygoing. This was publicly acknowledged by the cultivators of the god Luo mystic realm back then. Right now, the Three-Eyed Master God was no longer as gloomy as before. He was just like those juniors who had just entered the pugilistic world and received pointers from their seniors. He was no longer reserved at all. Congratulations, Great Wilderness Queen, on your wedding today. The rest of the Tao-seeking cultivators also stood up to congratulate her. However, they didn't make their own promises like the Three-Eyed Sovereign. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they felt that they weren't qualified to do so. Things progressed extremely smoothly. According to the Sacred Concubine Cold Skies arrangements, Ningqi, Wang Shui, and Li Xian were quickly sent into the bridal chamber. The Golden Crow Demon Lord and the rest also distributed the blood pills refined by the giant Underlin Mei's supervision. Ordinary cultivators received a 10,000th of it, and they immediately broke through a small realm after consuming it. As for the Tao-seeking cultivators of the various foreign races, they also broke through a small realm. The auras of everyone's breakthroughs fluctuated, and the cultivators who weren't qualified to enter the place looked on with yearning and excitement. Oh no, it seems like I'm going to undergo a tribulation. The Golden Crow Demon Lord's expression changed drastically after consuming a small portion of the blood pill. At the same time, the Three-Eyed Sovereign also raised his head, and his face was filled with wild joy. Daoist Qing Feng, thank the Great Wilderness Monarch on my behalf. In the future, the Three-Eyed race will only respect the Great Wilderness Monarch in the God Luo mystic realm. If the Great Wilderness Monarch commands it, no one will dare to disobey. With that, the Three-Eyed Master God tore through the void and left. His voice reverberated through the entire Great Wilderness in an instant. No matter what the cultivators in the Great Wilderness were doing, they all raised their heads in shock at the same time, and looked in the direction of the voice with shock on their faces. The Three-Eyed race had completely submitted? In the future, the God Luo mystic realm will probably follow the lead of the Great Wilderness. We must be the first to establish a foundation here. This place will be the only sacred ground of the God Luo mystic realm. The next day, Ningqi walked out of the room with Wang Shui and Li Xian in high spirits, and then met up with the Sacred Concubine Cold Sky and the rest. The flow of time in the God Luo mystic realm is different from here. A day here might be more than 10 years in the God Luo mystic realm. Therefore, I have to bring you to the creation celestial realm as soon as possible. The first batch of candidates is here. Take a look, and if there are no objections, then we'll decide. Ningqi smiled at the Sacred Concubine Cold Sky and Dongfang Haojie. The two of them each received a jade slip, and after scanning it with their divine senses, they looked at each other and nodded at almost the same time. That's good. Since there are no objections, then it's settled. Ningqi smiled. Not long after, De Guzi, Niu Dezhuang, Little Yurzwaling Limacho, and dozens of other figures appeared in front of Ningqi. I will bring you into the creation celestial realm in batches. It shouldn't take long, so all of you wait here and don't run around. Do you understand? Ningqi smiled at everyone. Yes, boss. Duan Yingjun was extremely excited. Duan Feifei pulled his shoulder and said, "Be more reserved." Ning Qi's heart moved, and his aura instantly enveloped little Zwillinger and Meng Qingling. He felt that the three of them were already at their limit, so in the next moment, the four figures disappeared at almost the same time. Creation's Celestial Realm. Young Master, this is the Creation's Celestial Realm? Such dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Little Yu Er's eyes lit up. To be able to cultivate here, one day is equivalent to several years in the outside world. Meng Qingling nodded. At this moment, the three girls saw Lu Huang outside the courtyard at almost the same time, and the few figures hanging on Lu Huang's body. Their eyes instantly became strange. You guys cultivate here first. I will go back to pick up the others after I recover. Ning Qi smiled. He had already calculated that after bringing the three girls here, he wouldn't be able to bring others into the Creation's Celestial Realm for a short period of time. However, he could recover in the Creation's Celestial Realm, and when he recovered, he would go to the God Luo Mystic Realm to pick up the others. In this way, it wouldn't take long before he could bring all the higher-ups of the War God Temple here. Chapter 37-31. One day, 3 years later, Ning Qi suddenly felt that the special power in his body that he had consumed to bring Meng Qingling and the other two girls to the Creation Divine Realm had finally recovered. 3 years in the Creation Divine Realm's training ground was equivalent to about a day in Shunluo Realm, and a day in Shunluo Realm was like time in Shunluo Mystic Realm. When Ning Qi reappeared in Shunluo Mystic Realm's Void Immortal Hall, Duan Yingjun and the rest didn't know that Little Yuer and the rest had already stayed in the Creation Divine Realm for 3 years. After repeating this process several times, the War God Temple's upper echelons finally entered the Creation Divine Realm and lived in the courtyard of the Creation Divine Realm's training field. As the earliest to arrive here, Little Yuer and the others' cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds in the past few decades. They even went out a few times and found many fortuitous opportunities, allowing their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. The originally deserted courtyard was now very lively. Bull Demon King, Duan Yingjun, and the rest came to Emperor Lu and looked at Gongsun Wufua and the rest, who were hung on the willow branch, and pointed at them. Gongsun Wufua stared at them and finally closed his eyes. He knew that he was being suppressed by Emperor Lu, and his eyes could no longer kill this group of people who were like ants in his eyes. It was better not to see them. It's a pity that Wukong ran away and didn't return to Shunluo Mystic Realm this time. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky sighed softly as she sensed the aura in the Creation Divine Realm. As for you, for the time being, you should stay in the Creation Divine territory to cultivate. Even the top sects in the Divine Luo world will flock to this place. However, they will expend a lot of resources to come here. Basically, they will only send Rebirth Realm cultivators here, and they will rarely see anyone at the 5th step. With Emperor Lu guarding this place is safer than any place outside the Divine Luo world. Even the Void Immortal Temple cannot compare to this place. Ning Qi smiled. Father, is sister here too? Ning Rulai suddenly asked. Your sister should be in Shunluo Realm. Don't worry, I will be able to find her soon. You have to cultivate well, lest the gap between you and your sister is too big. Ning Qi touched Ning Rulai's head. When Ning Rulai saw this, he hurriedly nodded his head. Father, I will cultivate properly. Shuer, other than Sovereign Lu, your cultivation is the highest here. Sovereign Lu has to guard this place and see if he can break through to the Emperor Realm. As for the others, I'll leave them to you to take care of them. There are many opportunities in the Fortune Divine Domain, and some places are too dangerous for them. Without you, I won't be able to rest easy. Ning Qi looked at Wang Shui. Don't worry. Wang Shui held Ning Qi's palm tightly and nodded with a smile. After explaining some matters, Ning Qi left the Fortune Divine Domain. As for the Shunluo Mystic Realm, The higher-ups had all entered the fortune divine domain, leaving only Randang to guard there. However, with the few blood pills that Ning Qi gave them, the cultivation speed of the disciples of the War God Temple would increase exponentially. It probably wouldn't be long before they could ascend to the Shenluo mystic realm on their own. I heard that the young lady that the Jiang family wants to execute was once the descendant of a senior almighty. That almighty had already offended the Jiang family and was sent into reincarnation. This time, the public execution of this girl will end the inheritance of that almighty. In addition, the Jiang family will also hold an auction this time. Cultivators from all over will gather. We might be able to take this opportunity to buy some items that we urgently need. Which almighty is it that made the Jiang family want to end their inheritance? I believe that the cultivation of that almighty isn't low, right? She's just a young lady, and I heard that her cultivation isn't too high. Why would they want to publicly execute her? I'm guessing that the Jiang family might be testing to see if that almighty's reincarnation has recovered the memories of his previous life. They want to kill her again. That's a possibility. It can be considered a trap, but this has nothing to do with us. That auction, on the other hand, is a little interesting. My supreme godfiend pill is still lacking a spiritual herb. I might be able to buy it this time. Ning Qi's ears twitched slightly, then his expression gradually turned gloomy. Just now, a few cultivators flew over his head. Although they were transmitting their voices, their cultivation was only at the fate state, and their voice waves couldn't escape Ning Qi's detection. Therefore, Ning Qi could hear their conversation clearly. Execute a young lady? Ning Qi stood on the spot and pondered for a moment. Then, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He moved slightly and intercepted those fate state cultivators. Senior, what can I do for you? The fate state cultivators were suddenly stopped by Ning Qi, and a trace of fear appeared on their faces. Where is the location of the Jiang family's execution of the young lady? Ning Qi said calmly. The other party was relieved to hear that, then told Ning Qi a location. After Ning Qi left, they looked at each other with lingering fear. Muyang Town. This was an important cultivation town, not far from the Jiang family's ancestral city. Cultivators of the Jiang family often moved around here. Whenever the Jiang family cultivators made a move, they would sell all kinds of heavenly treasures that made people drool. Thus, many cultivators came to trade. Over time, the town had become a huge market. Because of the existence of the Jiang family's ancestral city, Muyang Town couldn't be called a city even though it was as big as a huge city. It could only be called a town. Recently, Muyang Town had been very lively. Apart from the Jiang family's auction, there was another matter that attracted the attention of many cultivators. In the center of Muyang Town, on a stone pillar, there was a girl who looked to be 13 or 14 years old. She was nailed to the stone pillar by 4 metal spikes made of unknown spiritual materials, one on her shoulders and the other on her legs. The girl's face was covered by her hair, so no one could see her face clearly. The aura she exuded was not strong, only at the Tao querying realm. However, many fourth-step cultivators stopped around the stone pillar to watch. There were even fifth-step cultivators among them. It's not Ning Haotian. Ning Qi stood in the crowd and looked at the girl. He already knew that she was not Ning Haotian. If it had been someone else, they might not have been able to recognize the girl so quickly. However, Ning Qi could check the attribute panel directly. No matter who was in disguise, they would not be able to hide their real information unless their cultivation level was much higher than Ning Qi's. Although he knew that the girl was not Ning Haotian, Ning Qi did not turn and leave. Instead, he looked at a building not far away. He could feel that there was a very strong presence there. Based on the aura he unintentionally exuded, he guessed that it was at least an imperishable realm cultivator. Jiang Tianshu knew that I was looking for someone, so he used this as a pretext to lure me here. He knew that even if I wasn't sure whether or not this girl was Hao Tian, I would still come here. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have used such a method to force me. Since I'm here, I might as well get my revenge for my past life. Thinking of this, the aura in Ning Qi's body suddenly became extremely violent. When the surrounding people saw this, they quickly retreated. At the same time, Jiang Tianshu and Jiang Posha appeared at the same time. Ha ha ha! You really came. When Jiang Tianshu saw Ning Qi, a surprised smile appeared on his face. Those who did not know would think that the two of them were very close. Chapter 37-32. Jiang Tianshu, I'm flattered that you've arranged an Eternal Realm cultivator to wait for me here. Ning Qi glanced at Jiang Posha and the corner of his mouth rose. An Eternal Realm cultivator was nothing in his eyes. Among the Eternal Realm cultivators of the human race, no one could compare to Emperor Lu, who had lived for countless years and was trying to break into the Emperor realm. He was waiting for the great emperor of the Jiang family to show up. Only by suppressing this person would he be able to avenge his past life. Aren't you afraid? Jiang Tianshu was stunned. Why should I be? Ning Qi smiled. Tianshu, don't talk nonsense with him. Are you sure it's him? Jiang Posha narrowed his eyes. Ancestor, it's him. Jiang Tianshu said in a low voice. From start to finish, he didn't mention Ning Qi's previous life's name, because he could guarantee that there were boundless realm cultivators from the Holy Assembly here. If they found out about Ning Qi's previous life's identity, then it wouldn't be his turn. Ning Qi would be immediately killed or captured alive by the Holy Assembly. Is this person the reincarnation of the Almighty that the Jiang family wants to deal with? Is the girl on the stone pillar his descendant? I'm afraid this senior won't be able to leave Muyang town safely after being targeted by the Jiang family. His cultivation isn't high. He's only at the rebirth realm. Compared to the Jiang family, he's like an ant that can be easily killed. The Jiang family sent an Eternal Realm ancestor this time. It's obvious that this person's cultivation in his previous life was at least at the Eternal Realm. An undead cultivator frowned slightly and looked at Ning Qi with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He seemed to be comparing Ning Qi's appearance with the people in his memory, trying to find out Ning Qi's identity in his previous life. But he didn't know that Ning Qi was only at the rebirth realm when he was suppressed by Great Emperor Jiang. Apart from the immemorial Star Pavilion and some of the surrounding forces, Ning Qi wasn't very famous in that life. It's good that his identity has been confirmed. Jiang Posha nodded and looked around, as if he was looking for someone. Where's the Eternal Realm female cultivator beside you? Jiang Posha said lightly. Eternal Realm female cultivator? Everyone was slightly shocked and looked at Ning Qi with a trace of disbelief. Could it be that a mere rebirth state cultivator had an imperishable state cultivator protecting him? Only then did they understand why Jiang Posha, the patriarch of the Jiang family, would appear here. This person has probably recovered the memories of his previous life. That's why the Jiang family is so anxious to suppress him. It's also because of this that there are imperishable stage cultivators by his side to protect him. No wonder the Jiang family is so afraid of him. I came alone. Ning Qi smiled. Jiang Posha was taken aback, but the corners of his mouth curled up. Jiang Tianshu chuckled and said, You didn't bring her here? Are you afraid that my old ancestor will suppress her? However, a rebirth state cultivator like you dares to come here? You've gone through so much trouble. If I didn't come, wouldn't I be letting down your good intentions? Ning Qi glanced at the girl on the stone pillar. She's the one you're looking for, right? Your daughter in this life? Unfortunately, 7 of his meridians have already been sealed by me and suppressed by the soul-locking nail. Even if I save him now, he won't be able to reverse the situation. Jiang Tianshu said with a faint smile. She's not the one I'm looking for. Ning Qi looked at Jiang Tianshu and smiled. You want to use this to break my Tao heart? If she's not the one you're looking for, why did you reveal your aura just now? Jiang Tianshu was stunned. Suddenly, Jiang Posha, who was next to him, sensed a trace of danger. His body moved abruptly and a willow branch suddenly appeared at the place where he was originally standing. However, it missed and brushed past the corner of Jiang Posha's clothes. Jiang Tianshu wasn't so lucky. The willow branch directly pierced through his dantian. Jiang Tianshu spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. When he discovered that his Dan-si had been broken and the energy within his body was constantly flowing out, his face turned pale and filled with despair. However, undead realm cultivators had a tenacious vitality. Even if their Dan-si was broken, they could still live. However, their strength would fall to the rebirth realm. Jiang Tianshu had just suffered a setback in Ningqi's hands some time ago. Even though the Jiang family's great emperor had helped him recover, he still needed some time to recuperate. Now that his Dan-si was broken, it was equivalent to adding snow to snow. The hidden danger brought by the damage to his primordial spirit had erupted once again. What's going on? What kind of technique is this? Even an undead realm cultivator like Jiang Tianshu couldn't dodge it? As expected of a reincarnated expert. He's only at the rebirth realm, but he already possesses such a divine ability. How terrifying! The sudden scene shocked the cultivators of Muyang Town. Some undead realm cultivators, and even immortal realm cultivators, who had a sense of superiority in their hearts, saw Jiang Tianshu being suppressed and Jiang Posha being forced to retreat. Their hearts were in turmoil. Putting themselves in Jiang Tianshu's shoes, would they be able to dodge that technique? Many people's faces turned ugly. Old ancestor, save me. With Lu Wang's branch pierced through his dantian, Jiang Tianshu felt powerless. He had no means to resist at all. He could only cry out to Jiang Posha in despair. However, his gaze was fixed in the direction behind Jiang Posha. Your old ancestor can't even take care of himself. Ningqi smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, countless willow branches suddenly emerged from the void and crazily attacked Jiang Posha. Under Ningqi's control, Lu Wang's main body didn't need to appear in the Shenluo world. He could use the willow branches to fight the enemy. However, at this time, Ningqi couldn't do anything. He had to focus on controlling the connection between Lu Wang and the creation's celestial realm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Jiang Posha kept dodging and dodging. His face became more and more solemn. He could feel that the aura of the willow branches was several times stronger than his. This meant that the one who attacked him was an existence that was infinitely close to the martial emperor realm. When the crowd saw that Jiang Posha could only dodge and didn't have the ability to fight back, they became more and more shocked. However, after a few breaths, a cold voice exploded in the air. The Willow Star monster in the dense fog forest? He hasn't been able to break through to the martial emperor realm after so many years. Instead of cultivating properly, he dares to behave atrociously in the territory of the Jiang family? Grandfather. Seeing this, Jiang Posha's figure suddenly retreated. In front of him, another figure appeared. At the same time, the willow branches in the void suddenly disappeared, as if they had never been there. After the willow branches disappeared, Jiang Tianshu quickly covered his dantian and flew towards Jiang Posha and the others. Could this person be? The crowd looked at the young figure that had suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Posha, and their faces gradually revealed a trace of surprise. Third Revolution Great Emperor? This is not good. Ningqi took a look at the attributes of the other party, and his expression gradually turned solemn. His invitation voucher of infinite worlds of reincarnation seemed to only be able to deal with Second Revolution Great Emperors. Chapter 37-33. Great Emperor of the Jiang Family, Jiang Yueshao, level, Rank 3 Great Emperor Cultivation Method. Sect Origin Technique. Under Ning Qi's gaze, Jiang Yuexiao's information was displayed. Even the disciples of the Jiang family might not know his real name. Greetings, Great Emperor. Some cultivators finally determined Jiang Yuexiao's identity from his aura. They bowed in excitement and nervousness. In less than 3 breaths' time, all the cultivators in Muyang town knew that Great Emperor Jiang had personally appeared. The cultivators from afar all rushed over. They were extremely shocked. They had no idea why Great Emperor Jiang would appear. When they found out, they were even more shocked. They never expected that the person the Jiang family wanted to deal with would cause Great Emperor Jiang to appear personally. Where's that willow demon? Where are you hiding it? Jiang Yuexiao said calmly. He did not seem to be in a hurry to suppress Ning Qi. Great Emperor Jiang, as a cultivator at the 6th step, and a rank 3 Great Emperor, you don't even know where the imperishable realm willow demon is hiding? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Everyone raised their heads in shock and looked at Ning Qi. What kind of tone was that? How could someone use such a lazy tone to speak to an Emperor realm expert? How dare you? Jiang Tianshu glared at Ning Qi and gritted his teeth. Jiang Posha frowned slightly. He realized that something was strange. First, he was fighting with an imperishable realm star demon, but it disappeared without a trace the moment Jiang Yuexiao arrived. Just like how it had suddenly appeared, there was no trace of it. However, he did not know where it was hiding. Could it be that even his grandfather, Jiang Yuexiao, did not know? Apart from that, there was another thing that made Jiang Posha feel strange. Ning Qi actually knew Jiang Yuexiao's cultivation realm. In the huge Jiang family, apart from the elders who were at the imperishable realm, most of the disciples did not know Jiang Yuexiao's cultivation realm. However, Ning Qi, an outsider, knew it. This was shocking. Sometimes, the cultivation realm of a great emperor had to be kept a secret. This way, enemies who were watching in the dark would not dare to act recklessly. I really can't tell where the willow demon is hiding. However, I can almost guess where it is hiding. What a surprise! The corners of Jiang Yuexiao's mouth suddenly curled up as he nodded at Ning Qi with a smile. Meanwhile, not far away stood a few sempiternal realm cultivators. They were boundless cultivators who were just passing by this place. In fact, they didn't even belong to the human race. However, when they saw Great Emperor Jiang, they stopped in their tracks in alarm. They felt that something that required Great Emperor Jiang's appearance would definitely not be a trivial matter. As for whether it was a private matter of the Jiang clan or an official matter that needed to be reported to the Holy Assembly, they could only wait and see. The information they had at the moment was very limited. The willow demon of the misty forest. Could it be that he's the fellow who fused the Fortune Divine Realm's passageway into his body? I heard that even Shen Gongpao lost to him. Oh, I've heard about it. However, it's not under our jurisdiction. This time, the great emperor of the Jiang family has stepped forward. I'm afraid he wants to give face to our holy council. I heard that there are many cultivators of the Jiang family in the council. It's a pity. If this wasn't the Jiang clan's territory and we could suppress this kid, the merit would be much greater than what we're going to do next. We might even be able to use this opportunity to enter the Fortune Divine Realm through the kid's passageway. As long as we make a trip there, we might have a chance to break through to the Emperor Realm. Even Shen Gongpao is no match for him. Even Jiang Posha lost to this kid. Do you really think we can suppress him? That's just wishful thinking. Although this kid is only a rebirth realm cultivator, we have to treat him like an imperishable realm cultivator. The battle strength he possesses is even stronger than ordinary imperishable realm cultivators. As expected of Great Emperor Jiang. You've guessed its hiding place so easily. Ning Qi smiled. Although your cultivation level in this life is almost the same as in your previous life, your methods and temperament are much stronger than in your previous life. It seems that some people have their reasons for being reincarnated. However, Jiang Yueshao smiled and changed the topic. I was able to kill you in my previous life. I can still kill you in this life. However, I'll give you a chance. Follow me back to the Jiang clan and you'll have a chance to live. I'm sorry, but I also want to invite you to a place. If you follow me obediently, you might have a chance to live. Ning Qi smiled. His divine will had already locked onto the invitation voucher of Infinite Worlds reincarnation. He could take it out at any time. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard Ning Qi's words. How can this guy be so arrogant? How dare he threaten great Emperor Jiang? He's courting death. Even if he doesn't die in the hands of a great emperor, he won't be able to live long in the outside world. What a joke. I'm curious about his identity in his previous life. Was he killed by great Emperor Jiang because of his arrogance? Ning, how dare you? You're courting death. Jiang Tianshu pointed at Ning Qi and burst out cursing. He almost blurted out Ning Beishuan's name. So, great Emperor Jiang, do you want to go? Ning Qi continued to smile. Jiang Yueshao was startled. He then scanned Ning Qi from head to toe and chuckled. Where are you bringing me? Is it the reincarnation of Infinite Worlds? You've guessed correctly. Ning Qi nodded with a smile and threw something out. The smile on Jiang Yueshao's face disappeared as soon as the item appeared. It was replaced by shock and disbelief, as he could sense an extremely terrifying aura for every martial monarch. Even martial monarchs had to enter the reincarnation cycle. Some martial monarchs, due to various reasons, had reached the end of their lifespans. When they were about to enter the reincarnation cycle, many martial monarchs would come to observe them. At that time, a unique aura would appear and take away the martial monarch's divine souls. Therefore, the martial monarchs would use it as a reference to come up with a solution when their lifespans were about to run out. Jiang Yueshao had personally sent off 3 martial monarchs that had reached the end of their lifespans, thus he was extremely familiar with the aura. Who exactly are you? Jiang Yueshao only had time to let out a furious roar before his figure was encapsulated by a green glow. The next moment, his flesh collapsed as if it had turned into sand. From the moment Ning Qi made his move to when Jiang Yueshao turned into sand, the crowd did not see anything at all. Only Jiang Yueshao was able to see the green glow and the aura, but all the cultivators heard Jiang Yueshao's furious roar. When they saw Jiang Yueshao suddenly turn into sand, their faces were filled with astonishment. What just happened? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Did great Emperor Jiang just turn into sand? Chapter 37-34. Jiang Tianshu stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Many thoughts flashed across his mind, but all of them converged into a huge question mark in a short period of time. What the hell happened? Why was the great emperor of the Jiang family beaten into a pile of sand in just a single exchange? Jiang Yueshao's enraged roar had indirectly proven that Ning Qi's trick was indeed able to intimidate a terrifying third-order martial monarch realm existence. Impossible! Jiang Posha immediately knelt down in front of the pile of sand and scooped it up with both hands. The sand kept falling through the gaps between his fingers and was broken into pieces evenly. A great emperor! Golden body 10th perfection! How could it be broken so thoroughly? All the cultivators of the Jiang family in Muyang town rubbed their eyes subconsciously and stared at the scene with pale faces. What would happen to the Jiang family if they lost their great emperor? There was no need for them to think too much about it. Countless endings had already appeared in their minds. Who was he in his previous life? He could even kill a great emperor. That's terrifying. The surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. They had just woken up from the shocking scene and looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. In fact, Ning Qi was shocked too. The invitation voucher of Infinite Worlds of Reincarnation could only be used against a second revolution great emperor. He had only attacked because he thought that even if he could not send Jiang Yuexiao to reincarnation, he could at least severely injure him. He did not expect Jiang Yuexiao's flesh to be broken into pieces. What's going on? Is this a discount from the system? Ning Qi thought to himself. However, he soon realized that he had overestimated the generosity of the system. Who the hell are you? A furious roar that sounded like it came from the deepest abyss suddenly came from the void. Following that, everyone saw a crack in the sky. There seemed to be a giant face trying to break free from it. Great Emperor! The cultivators of the Jiang family cried tears of joy. It was obviously Jiang Yuexiao's face. Jiang Yuexiao was not dead. Jiang Tianshu and Jiang Posha stared blankly at the scene before them. Then, they heaved a sigh of relief and their faces looked much better. As long as Jiang Yuexiao was still alive, everything would be fine. As expected, he didn't die completely. However, his physical body is gone, and he seems to be trapped in the infinite world's reincarnation. Even if he doesn't reincarnate, he will probably become an existence like an evil spirit, unable to leave the infinite world's reincarnation and come to the Shenluo world, right? Ning Qi calmly looked at the face in the sky and analyzed in his heart. He had basically guessed correctly. It was true that Jiang Yuexiao was not dead, but his current condition was worse than death. He was trapped in the reincarnation cycle without any signs of reincarnation. As time passed, he would completely turn into an evil spirit. At that time, it was hard to say if he would still have his memories. You know who I am, Ning Qi suddenly said with a smile. Jiang Yuexiao's soul continued to scream and his eyes were filled with hatred. The cultivators of the Jiang family felt their hearts turn cold once again. Even an idiot could tell that Jiang Yuexiao was not in a good condition. Furthermore, Jiang Yuexiao had been screaming the entire time and did not attack Ning Qi. This proved that he had lost the ability to deal with Ning Qi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless figures shot out from the Jiang family's ancestral city, led by a few experts with imperishable realm auras. Behind them were many immortal realm and undead realm cultivators. When they saw Jiang Yuexiao's current condition, their faces almost turned green. What happened to you, Patriarch? Jiang Posha. What's going on? You've been plotting with Jiang Tianshu in Muyang Town all this time. What are you plotting? Why did Patriarch become like this? Some people asked Jiang Yuexiao, while others scolded Jiang Posha. The great emperor of the Jiang family, who would usually remain calm no matter what happened, was screaming and screaming like a mad demon. All the cultivators of the Jiang family who saw this scene were terrified. The great emperor of the Jiang family has become like this. This guy has secrets. We are definitely no match for him. Quickly send a message to the Supreme Saint Council and ask them to send more powerful cultivators here. I'm afraid his position in the Covenant of Darkness is very high. The thing that killed the great emperor of the Jiang family was probably given to him by the counselors of the Covenant of Darkness. The boundless fifth-step cultivators who were hiding in the distance exchanged glances and instantly exchanged thoughts. Some of them had already started to send the message. Ah, I know. You must have obtained that thing. Just you wait. I'll be back. When I return, I'll personally tear you into pieces and suppress your divine soul for eternity. Jiang Yuexiao suddenly let out a hideous laugh. Then, he seemed to be dragged back by something and disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the end, he did not reveal Ning Qi's identity. Obviously, he was still hoping to escape from the infinite world's reincarnation and snatch the thing that he had been coveting for a long time from Ning Qi. Grandfather! Jiang Posha's eyes were filled with tears as he watched Jiang Yuexiao disappear into the void. He could not do anything about it. At most, your grandfather will become an evil spirit. If you want to see him, you can go to the infinite world's reincarnation. It's very likely that you will meet him again. If you don't know how to leave, I can send you off. Ning Qi smiled. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes fell on Ning Qi. These gazes belonged to the cultivators of the Jiang family and the experts of the various clans who had come to participate in the auction. But now, everyone looked at Ning Qi with a trace of fear in their eyes. Don't go too far. Jiang Posha looked at Ning Qi for a long time before these words came out of his mouth. Go too far? In my previous life, I was killed by your Jiang family. In this life, you still want to kill me. Tell me, who is the one who is going too far? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Sir, we are all from the human clan. Why do we have to kill each other? Our Jiang family's great emperor has already been suppressed by you. We can't do anything. Please show mercy and let us go. One of the Jiang family's immortal clasped his hands at Ning Qi. If it were you, would you let me go? Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. In the next moment, countless willow branches suddenly appeared in the void and directly attacked Jiang Posha and the other Jiang family's immortals. They were caught off guard and were distracted by Jiang Yuexiao's accident. These immortals were injured by Lu Huang in a single move. Let's go! One of the Jiang family's immortals roared and turned to flee. In the end, only Jiang Posha was left behind by Lu Huang. The rest of the Eternal Realm cultivators all fled. Although their cultivation was not as high as Lu Huang's, they were at least Eternal Realm cultivators. It was difficult for Lu Huang to suppress so many cultivators of the same level at once. Jiang Tianshu was tightly bound by the willow branches and couldn't move. In despair, he suddenly roared, "This is Ning Beixian! The Ning Beixian that the Supreme Saint Council wanted my Jiang family's great emperor to suppress in my previous life." Chapter 37-35. After Jiang Tianshu finished speaking, he was grabbed by the willow branch and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The boundless fifth-step cultivators in Muyang Town were slightly stunned. Then, they looked at each other, and a hint of shock flashed through their eyes. Of course they had heard of the name Ning Beixian. He was once the genius of the ancient Star Pavilion and was given the title Bodhisattva by the current Star Emperor. As long as he reached the fifth step, he would immediately become the chief disciple. Not just the chief disciple of the 7 star palaces, but the chief disciple of the main branch that the ancient Star Pavilion no longer had. The head of the 8 chief disciples. However, many years ago, the great emperor of the Jiang family, Jiang Yuexiao, had suddenly killed the genius of the ancient Star Pavilion, Ning Beixian. The ancient Star Pavilion didn't make a move because Jiang Yuexiao didn't act because of Jiang Tianshu, but because of the order from the Holy Assembly. There was a rumor in the world that Ning Beixian obtained something that the Supreme Saint Parliament didn't allow to appear in the hands of ordinary cultivators when he entered the infinite world reincarnation. That was why they ordered Jiang Yuexiao to kill him. However, even Jiang Yuexiao didn't know the truth, let alone ordinary cultivators. Boundless cultivators like them were considered to have high positions of power in all the realms other than the immemorial land. The forces they controlled were extremely powerful, but even they didn't know the truth. If it really is Ning Beixian's reincarnation, then They looked at each other and saw a flash of greed in each other's eyes. No. His current methods are too terrifying. Don't underestimate him just because he's at the rebirth realm. That elusive Lu Huang is not someone we can deal with. Let's quickly send this news back to the Supreme Saint Assembly. With the merit of sending the message, we will also be rewarded. I finally know why the Jiang family is going through so much trouble this time. It's not to get rid of a powerful enemy from my previous life, but to silently suppress this child and obtain that forbidden item from him. Yi Shiwen said. Now that the Jiang family has ended up like this, they deserve it. Let's report this to the Holy Assembly. Even if we let this child leave, we'll be rewarded. After the few of them finished communicating, they quietly retreated. Ning Qi didn't care about them. He only cared about the cultivators of the Jiang family who were present today. Jiang Posha and Jiang Tianshu were suppressed in the divine realm of fortune. Although the rest of the undying cultivators had escaped, the immortal and undying cultivators were all suppressed by Willow Emperor. However, there were too many of them, and it was impossible to capture them all and bring them back to the divine realm of fortune. Ningqi asked Willow Emperor to seriously injure them and then put them into the demon refining gourd. There were more than a dozen immortal realm experts and dozens of undying realm experts. If so many fifth-step experts were refined into blood pills, even Ningqi's body would not be able to withstand the medicinal power of the blood pills. The demon refining gourd is indeed a sacred treasure of the demon clan. With it, it can directly capture people and refine them into blood pills. All the cultivation resources they have consumed up to this day will be equivalent to making a wedding dress for someone else. However, the physique of the demon clan is extremely strong. If it wasn't for the fact that my body is not weaker than those great demons, I would not be able to withstand the medicinal power of these blood pills. However, the power in the blood pills is not pure enough. After consuming them, I still need a certain amount of time to refine and purify them. Otherwise, I will easily suffer from qi deviation. After suppressing the Jiang family cultivators of Muyang Town, Ningqi swept his gaze across the crowd. Regardless of whether it was the fourth step or the fifth step cultivators, no one dared to look him in the eye. They all lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Ningqi directly. Ningqi walked into the air step by step and arrived in front of the stone pillar. He waved his hand and removed the soul-piercing needles from the girl's body. She was pulled to Ningqi by a force and raised her head weakly. "What's your name?" Ningqi smiled faintly. "Ruo Zhu." The girl opened her mouth with some difficulty. Her voice was very weak, and her vitality was constantly flowing away. Ningqi took out a healing elixir and injected it into the girl's body. He used his own power to help her refine the medicinal effect. After a few breaths, the girl's complexion became much rosier. However, her cultivation foundation was already destroyed. Although she managed to keep her life, her cultivation would be stuck at the early stage Dao querying realm for the rest of her life. "Thank you, Senior." Ruo Zhu forced a smile. She had already realized her situation. For cultivators, having their cultivation path cut off was sometimes worse than death. "Are you an enemy of the Jiang family?" Ningqi asked. "No." Ruo Zhu shook her head. "A few years ago, I passed by this place and was suppressed by the Jiang family cultivators without any reason. I've been trapped until today." "Then, you've been implicated by me." Ningqi smiled. Ruo Zhu was stunned, then she nodded with a bitter smile. She had heard the conversation between Ningqi and the Jiang family. She had already guessed that she had been implicated and used as bait. But what could she do? In this world, it was a sin for cultivators to be weak. "Do you want revenge?" Ruo Zhu was stunned. She looked at Ningqi and realized that the smile on Ningqi's face had already disappeared. Only murderous intent was left. "Yes. I'll take you there." Ningqi grabbed Ruo Zhu and turned into a beam of light, heading towards the Jiang family's ancestral city. After he left, the cultivators in Muyang Town all sighed in relief. The originally quiet Muyang Town became extremely lively again. Many cultivators had excited expressions and expressed their feelings to others. Some cultivators even suggested going to the Jiang family's ancestral city to see if Ningqi would destroy the Jiang family today. A small portion of cultivators rejected this suggestion and quickly left Muyang Town. However, a large portion of cultivators could tell that Ningqi wasn't the kind of demonic cultivator who would kill the innocent. They planned to go to the Jiang family's ancestral city to see what was going on. To normal cultivators, being able to see the destruction of a great emperor's family was something that they might never encounter in their lifetime. They couldn't bear to miss this opportunity. The Jiang family's ancestral city. Apart from a few immortal realm elders who didn't go to Muyang town, the Jiang family's ancestral city was extremely empty at the moment. This was because the stronger fifth-step cultivators had all gone to Muyang town. The fifth-step cultivators who stayed behind to guard Muyang town had seen everything clearly through spells. What should we do? The Patriarch and the others are actually no match for that guy. Even a great emperor was suppressed. Should we leave with a group of people first? No. The Jiang family's vast foundation is here. How can we leave? Even if we leave, it's too late. What should we do? We can't activate the protective array with just the few of us. The fifth-step cultivators of the Jiang family were anxious like ants on a hot pan. At the same time, Ning Qi had already arrived at the highest mountain range in the center of the ancestral city of the Jiang family with Ruo Zhu. He landed in front of an incomparably magnificent house. The Vermilion Gate was more than 100 feet high and 100 feet wide, and above it were two large characters that seemed to have been carved with knives and hatchets. Jiang family. Chapter 37-36. In the land of Tyli there was a saying, 1 pavilion, 4 families, and 13 caves. These represented the most powerful forces in the land of Tyli. The 4 families represented the 4 great emperor families of the human race. Just the human race alone had 4 emperor realm cultivators in Tyli. This showed how powerful the human race was in Tyli. The Jiang clan was ranked first among the 4 great monarch clans. Jiang Yuexiao's strength was stronger than the martial monarchs of the other 3 clans. Therefore, the Jiang clan's ancestral city was located in a place with abundant spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here was as dense as fog. Cultivating here was more than 10 times faster than cultivating in other places. As for the mountain range where the Jiang clan's ancestral hall was located, the spiritual energy here was more than 10 times denser than the surrounding cities. The moment he arrived, Ning Qi noticed that someone had used some kind of spell to refine this mountain like a spirit treasure. This caused the spiritual energy in the other parts of the Jiang family's ancestral city to surge toward this place. The amount of spiritual energy here was only second to the main vein of the ancient star system pavilion and much more powerful than the mountains of the 7 great star palaces. They are indeed worthy of being a great emperor family. To occupy such a good place to cultivate, no wonder they have so many geniuses. Ning Qi smiled. Ruo Zhu's expression was filled with fear. She was a human, so she feared the 4 great emperor families even more than other foreign races. Ordinary second-rate and third-rate sects were all related to the 4 great emperor families. They were either vassals or simply created by cultivators from the great emperor families. If it wasn't for the fact that the current emperor of the ancient star system pavilion was also a human, the human forces in Tyli would have long been united by the 4 great emperor families. Senior, although my source is damaged and I won't be able to progress no matter how I cultivate, the Jiang family is too powerful. If we touch it, I'm afraid there will be no place for us in Tyli, Zhu said to Ning Qi with a hesitant expression after careful consideration. The speed at which Ning Qi suppressed Jiang Yuexiao was so fast that she couldn't even see it clearly. At the same time, as a Dao-querying realm cultivator, she didn't know how terrifying an emperor realm existence was. However, she had a deep understanding of the huge and lush Jiang family. To her, even without a great emperor, the Jiang family was still an existence that ordinary cultivators couldn't reach. The strength of the Jiang family depends on who is in charge. Now that the emperor of the Jiang family has been suppressed, do you think the Jiang family has anything to fear? Ning Qi smiled. But Ruo Zhu's emotions were very complicated. Logically speaking, she had been implicated by Ning Qi's matter, and her origin had been severely damaged. She should have hated him. But now, he wanted to stand up for her and fight against the enormous Jiang family. Not only did she not hate him, she was even a bit touched. Because of this, she did not want Ning Qi to be in danger because of this. No buts. The Holy Council already knows of my existence, so I can't stay here for too long. I need, Ning Ruo Sacred said. Ning Qi smiled. Watch how the Jiang family is destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck with his palm. The sharp power was like a knife, slashing on the board with the words, Jiang family, on the vermilion gate. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The board that had been refined with a secret technique, and could be used as a 4th or 5th grade primordial spiritual treasure, was cut in half and fell to the ground. The cultivators who rushed over saw this and looked at Ning Qi with even more respect. Countless disciples of the Jiang family stood around the mountain range like wooden statues. Many others hid in the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard. When they noticed that the Jiang family's signboard had been smashed by Ning Qi, they were filled with anger, resentment, and fear. How many years had it been since they were born? They had been instilled with the belief that the Jiang family was invincible. In reality, the Jiang family was indeed invincible. With Jiang Yueshao around, even the forces of the other 13 caves would not attack the Jiang family disciples. But today, they had personally witnessed the Jiang family plaque being split in half by an outsider. And they couldn't do anything about it. However, some Jiang family disciples didn't know what happened in Muyang town. How dare you! A rebirth state cultivator flew through the air. When he saw the broken plaque on the ground, his eyes turned red. He stared at Ning Qi and gritted his teeth. How dare you break the plaque of my Jiang clan? What? I'm going to break the gate of the Jiang family. Ning Qi laughed as he kicked out with one leg. At that moment, he activated the 9 inner hidden gate. The terrifying power in his body surged into his right leg and struck the vermilion gate. The restrictive spell on it shattered, and the incomparably majestic vermilion door was kicked into countless pieces, scattering on the ground. If Ning Qi hadn't activated the 9 inner hidden gates, he wouldn't have been able to break the gate with his current strength. What terrifying power! I heard that the gate of the Jiang family was just an ordinary gate in the beginning. However, after years of refinement by countless experts of the Jiang family, the hardness of the gate is comparable to a 5th grade or even 6th grade primordial spiritual treasure. I didn't expect him to break it with a single kick. A reincarnated Almighty is indeed powerful. That attack just now probably has the power of an undying state. How could an ordinary rebirth state cultivator be so powerful? The cultivators in the void couldn't help but sigh. You deserve to die. The rebirth state Jiang family disciple also sensed that something was wrong. When he realized that even the vermilion gate was broken by Ning Qi's kick, he knew that he was no match for Ning Qi. Therefore, he didn't step forward. Instead, he retreated toward the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard while shouting at Ning Qi. Why haven't the patriarchs appeared yet? Are they all in seclusion? How could we be bullied by a cultivator in front of the ancestral courtyard? This is a great humiliation to the Jiang family. He thought as he retreated. Do I deserve to die? Then why don't you come and kill me? Ning Qi smiled. Just you wait, the patriarchs will come and suppress you. I'll let you have a taste of the Jiang family's purgatory. He said angrily. If the Jiang family's patriarchs of the undying state and sempiternal state dared to come out, they would have done so long ago. Why would they let me act so presumptuously here? Can't you see through this? Ning Qi smiled, stepped over the broken gate on the ground, and walked toward the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard. Ruo Zhu was stunned for a moment. Then, she gritted her teeth and quickly followed behind Ning Qi. Since it had already happened, she could only follow behind Ning Qi to have any hope of leaving this place. At the same time, she also realized that the Jiang family didn't seem to be as powerful as she had imagined. Someone had already attacked their door, but still, no one came to stop them. Could it be that the Jiang family was afraid? Ruoju's body trembled when she thought of this. A trace of anticipation gradually appeared in her eyes. Perhaps she could really take revenge today. Chapter 37:37. Don't come any closer. When he saw Ningqi walking toward him, his eyes flashed with fear. The next moment, he turned around and shouted, "Ancestors, quickly come out and kill the enemy!" His roar resounded through the sky. It almost spread throughout the Jiang family's ancestral city. However, after a while, no Jiang family cultivator showed up. Ningqi stood there with a faint smile and did not stop the other party from calling for help. "What's going on?" The other party was stunned, his eyes filled with deep confusion. At this moment, an aura rushed into the sky. When the Jiang family reincarnation cultivator saw this, his eyes revealed a trace of joy. "Ancestor, over here." Unfortunately, the aura did not come toward him. Instead, it quickly escaped from the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard. "Want to leave?" The corners of Ningqi's mouth rose slightly, a trace of mockery in his eyes. In the next moment, a willow branch suddenly appeared in the air and flung fiercely at the figure. The figure immediately let out a miserable howl and fell straight to the ground, landing right at the feet of the Jiang family reincarnation disciple. This was an undead realm cultivator. "That's an undead realm ancestor of the Jiang family's third courtyard. I know him. His name is Jiang Lufeng. A long time ago, he was also a cultivator of the ancient Star Pavilion. Later, he had no hope of breaking through to the immortal realm, so he returned to the Jiang family from the ancient Star Pavilion and took charge of the Deacon's Hall of the Three Courtyards. Some cultivators in the void recognized the undead realm cultivator who tried to escape but was suppressed by Emperor Lu. When they saw that Jiang Lufeng had been easily suppressed, their expressions became extremely strange. After losing Jiang Yueshao, the once insufferably powerful Jiang clan seemed to be so weak. Not only did they not resist when they were attacked, they even tried to escape. The Jiang family has been invincible for too long and has no enemies. The cultivators of the Jiang family rarely fight and have no lack of cultivation resources. This has led to the Jiang family's cultivators being powerful, but they can only use their cultivation and dharma treasures to crush their enemies. Now that the great Emperor Jiang has entered the infinite realms of samsara, the Jiang family has suddenly shown signs of defeat. An undead realm cultivator who passed by said with a complicated expression. I see. When the nearby fourth and third step cultivators heard this, a hint of understanding flashed in their eyes. They finally understood why the Jiang family was so weak after losing the Emperor realm. Previously, he had thought that the Eternal Realm cultivators had fled because they knew they couldn't defeat their enemies, so they had no choice but to do so. But now, he saw that Jiang Lufeng had still chosen to flee even after the enemy had come knocking on their door. The real reason was that the Jiang family had the backing of an Emperor Realm cultivator. Without that backing, they were no longer as courageous as ordinary cultivators from second or third-rate sections. They also lacked something that was extremely important to cultivators: courage. Patriarch Lu Feng? The reincarnation disciple of the Jiang family lowered his head to take a look, and a look of astonishment instantly appeared on his face. The person who had been whipped by the willow branch was none other than the ancestor of his bloodline. According to seniority, the other party was his great-grandfather. Sir, don't go too far. My Jiang family is backed by the Holy Saint Council. If you go too far, the Holy Saint Council will not let you off. Jiang Lufeng slowly stood up from the ground and stared straight at Ningqi. His expression was calm, as if he was not afraid in the slightest, as if the person who had just fled was not him. Patriarch, this person attacked our Jiang family for no reason. Quickly call the other patriarchs to come out and kill him. the reincarnation disciple of the Jiang family said hurriedly. He could see that Ning Qi's methods were extraordinary. Even Jiang Lufeng had been defeated in a single move, and he had even used words to threaten him. Such an existence was most likely in the sempiternal realm. However, the sempiternal realm was not considered the strongest in the Jiang family. Basically, there were sempiternal patriarchs in each courtyard. In his opinion, as long as any one of these patriarchs came out, the other party would have to kneel and beg for mercy. Shut up! The great emperor of our Jiang family has already been killed by him, and the eternal realm patriarchs have all fled. Now the Jiang family is only left with me and a few others. We are no match for him at all. A voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the reincarnation disciple of the Jiang family. This voice contained endless anger. What? The great emperor was killed by him? How is this possible? A look of astonishment appeared on his face as he stared blankly at Ning Qi. I am a dark cultivator, and I am the sworn enemy of the Holy Saint Council. Do you think that threatening me with such words will work? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Jiang Lufeng was taken aback, and his face turned slightly pale. After hesitating for a few breaths, he asked in a low voice, "What will it take for you to let my Jiang family go?" "Today, your Jiang family will be annihilated," Ning Qi said indifferently. "Wait. The Jiang family has a treasury that only we elders know the way to enter. If you let me go, I will bring you into the treasury. There are all kinds of treasures inside. It is all the wealth that my Jiang family has accumulated over the years." Jiang Lufeng hurriedly said when he saw that Ning Qi was about to attack. The Jiang family's treasury? Greed flashed in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators when they heard this. However, they quickly reacted and immediately hid the greed in their eyes. They looked at Ning Qi enviously. How many heavenly treasures had the Jiang family accumulated over the years? What a joke! How could Jiang Yueshao leave the good stuff in your Jiang family's treasury? He probably carried it with him, and now it has turned into nothingness along with him. As for what is in the treasury, I will go in and take a look at it after I destroy your Jiang family. Ning Qi sneered. A willow branch suddenly appeared in the void and bombarded Jiang Lufeng's body. He howled and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely dispirited. At the same time, Ning Qi once again took out the demon refining gourd. A gust of black smoke came out from it and wrapped around the seriously injured Jiang Lufeng. Then, the smoke disappeared into the mouth of the gourd. Not bad. This time, I will use your Jiang family's fifth-step alchemy method to see if I can refine a divine elixir that will allow me to reach the fifth step. Ning Qi smiled at the Jiang family reincarnation cultivator. Then, he glanced around and said indifferently, "Fifth step Jiang family, there is no need to hide anymore. You can hide now, but you can't hide forever. Come out and fight with me. You might have a chance of winning. Otherwise, your Jiang family will definitely be annihilated today." Silence. There was a deathly silence. It was as if there were no living beings in the Jiang family. There was no sound at all. Even if you die, you don't want to die standing. Ning Qi muttered to himself. A moment later, a gigantic willow tree suddenly appeared in midair, and a majestic aura instantly enveloped the entire Jiang family. When the fifth-step cultivators of the Jiang family who were hiding saw this, their faces immediately revealed looks of despair and sadness. Hiss! The surrounding cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally saw Emperor Lu's true body. Moreover, some sharp-eyed cultivators even saw the figures of many cultivators hanging from Emperor Lu's body. Among them were Jiang Posha and Jiang Tianshu, who had just been suppressed. Emperor Lu of the Taichu sect lives up to his reputation. An undead realm cultivator looked at Emperor Lu's true body and muttered to himself. An undead realm cultivator who could suppress an undead realm cultivator of the same level was a first-class expert no matter where he was. Unless a great emperor appeared, no one could be his opponent. Emperor Lu, next, you will catch those rats. Capture all the 5th step Jiang family bloodline alive. Don't leave anyone below the 5th step Jiang family alive. Ning Qi smiled faintly. When Lu Huang heard this, the millions of willow branches on his body shot out at lightning speed. Some enveloped the Jiang clan, while others flew towards the surroundings of the mountain range. Obviously, those Jiang clan disciples who were not in the Jiang clan's ancestral city were also within Lu Huang's attack range. Chapter 37-38. Screams continued to come from the Jiang family's ancestral city. The willow branch covered in blood shuttled through the crowd and accurately killed the cultivators with the Jiang family's bloodline in front of the dumbfounded faces. For imperishable realm experts, their bloodline could be roughly seen at a glance. Even if their bloodline was thin, they couldn't escape Lu Huang's attack. In the large Jiang family's ancestral city, there were probably only a few 100,000 cultivators with the Jiang family's bloodline. The remaining millions of cultivators and mortals were all forces under the Jiang family's jurisdiction. They didn't have the Jiang family's bloodline, so they weren't affected by Lu Huang. However, at this moment they felt like the end of the world. The once domineering disciples of the Jiang family were now as frightened as dogs. They were easily slaughtered and didn't even have the ability to fight back. As for those 5th step cultivators, they were even more miserable. After being severely injured by Emperor Lu, they were directly imprisoned and hung on the willow tree. Ning Qi stood in the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard with his hands behind his back. He turned a deaf ear to the miserable pleas outside. There were 5th step cultivators hiding in the Jiang family who risked their lives to escape to him. The moment they knelt on the ground, they were imprisoned by Lu Huang. Ruozhu stood behind Ning Qi and stared blankly at this scene. Her heartbeat unconsciously sped up countless times, and her small face became extremely red. The Jiang family is finished, the cultivators in the void revealed a trace of shock. From the moment Lu Huang appeared, they knew that the Jiang family was powerless to resist. The next scene was similar to what they had expected. The dignified great emperor family was inferior to a third-rate sect in the face of a powerful enemy. There wasn't even a single person who stood up to rally the morale of the army. If great Emperor Jiang was still here, I'm afraid he would be extremely disappointed to see this scene. I originally thought that the Jiang family had become so powerful that no one could defeat them. Even the ancient Star Pavilion wouldn't easily make a move against the Jiang family. I didn't expect that a great emperor family without a great emperor would be so vulnerable. Any first-rate sect could easily slaughter these Jiang family cultivators. That's right. It seems that the other 3 families aren't that strong. The only strong ones are the great emperor realm cultivators and a few imperishable realm elders, right? Exactly. In an instant, the esteemed image of the great emperor's clan in everyone's hearts collapsed. Many of the foreign cultivators from the other 13 caves had ugly expressions when they saw this. They couldn't help but ask themselves if their forces were as weak as the Jiang family after losing their great emperor. In the end, they got an answer. This answer made their hearts feel heavy for a moment. The battle did not last too long. In less than the time needed to brew a pot of tea, Emperor Lu had retracted all of his willow branches. Blood kept dripping down to form a mini lake of blood below him. From that, it could be seen how many Jiang family cultivators Emperor Lu had killed in the time it took to brew a pot of tea. 1, 2, 3. Ning Qi raised his head and counted. Including Jiang Posha, there were 8 5th-step cultivators of the Jiang family hanging on the tree. Including those who had been sucked into the demon purification gourd, there were about 40 people in total. A family had more than 40 5th-step cultivators. If the few imperishable realm cultivators who had escaped were included, the Jiang family was indeed powerful. Jiang Tianshu had reached the imperishable realm at such a young age, which was enough to prove that he had a certain say in the Jiang family. Otherwise, Jiang Yueshao wouldn't have asked him and Jiang Posha to plan this matter. I wonder how long it will take to refine more than 45th step cultivators. Will the demon purification gourd burst? Ning Qi thought about it and decided to ignore it for now. He directly sucked the 5th step cultivators of the Jiang family into the demon purification gourd and spared only Jiang Tianshu and Jiang Posha. Ning Qi did not plan to let the former enter the reincarnation cycle so early, and the latter had an imperishable realm cultivation level. If he entered the demon purification gourd, Ning Qi might not be able to suppress and refine him. This malefic star actually destroyed the Jiang family. Where did the great emperor of the Jiang family go? If he was here and suppressed this kid, I might be able to use this opportunity to escape. Gongsun Wufo looked around with an ugly expression. The Karma Realm cultivators of the Great Blue Dragon sect had the same thought as him. When Ning Qi killed Jiang Yueshao, they were still in the creation realm and did not know the cause and effect of the matter. At that moment, their hearts were filled with questions. Why was a great emperor's family so easily destroyed? Why did the great emperor of the Jiang family not appear to kill Ning Qi? My great Jiang family. How could this happen? Jiang Posha's eyes were bloodshot, and he still could not believe what had happened in front of him. As for Jiang Tianshu, he seemed to be possessed. He could only stare blankly at everything in front of him with his eyes wide open. Then, he stiffly turned his neck and looked at Ning Qi, his eyes filled with fear. He could not understand why the guy who had lost to him in the past could destroy everything in such a short time after entering the reincarnation cycle. Thank you, Senior, for avenging Ruoju. After a few breaths of silence, Ruoju suddenly knelt down and bowed to Ning Qi. You were implicated because of me. I also have a feud with the Jiang family, so there is no need to thank me. As for your injuries, there is a place that might be able to heal them. Ning Qi smiled. What place? Ruoju was stunned. You will know when you get there. Ning Qi gently grabbed Ruoju's arm. In the next moment, the two of them and Emperor Lu disappeared into the void. When everyone saw this scene, they were silent for a few breaths of time before they could not help but sigh. The Jiang family's treasury. Someone's eyes suddenly moved, and his face instantly revealed a look of excitement. Many people reacted and immediately distanced themselves from each other, looking at each other with vigilant eyes. The Jiang family has been destroyed, but the Supreme Saint Council will definitely send someone here. Maybe the Boundless Realm cultivators are on their way. Let's not kill each other. Once we enter the treasury, we will split everything equally. Someone suggested. The one who suggested was an undead realm cultivator. When the other 5th step cultivators heard this, they hesitated for a few breaths of time before nodding. When the 4th step cultivators saw this, their expressions instantly darkened. It was obvious that they had been excluded. The Jiang family has been destroyed, so the items naturally belong to the Supreme Saint Council. All of you leave quickly. A figure suddenly rose into the sky. This was a 4th step cultivator at the Rebirth Realm, but when he looked at the 5th step cultivators, his eyes were cold without the slightest bit of respect. A Boundless Realm cultivator? Everyone was stunned. When the 5th step cultivators saw this, they subconsciously frowned. However, before they could speak, another figure appeared again. I almost forgot about the Jiang family's treasury. Ning Qi muttered to himself, then his gaze fell on the Rebirth Realm cultivator. I seem to have heard that you are a Boundless Realm cultivator? Chapter 37-39. Everyone was silent when they saw Ning Qi return. The 5th step cultivators looked at each other and secretly rejoiced in their hearts. At the same time, they looked at the Rebirth State cultivator who claimed to be a Boundless Jiang cultivator with Schadenfreude. Of course, they did not dare to go against the Supreme Saint Parliament. If this samsara cultivator wanted to take the Jiang family's treasury for himself, no one present would dare to stop him. If they offended the Supreme Saint Parliament, they could forget about having a foothold in the world. They would be like the dark cultivators, hated by everyone. However, they were also unwilling to let a junior take away the treasury just like that. Now that Ningqi had reappeared, they had already given up on the Jiang family's treasury and wanted to watch the show. The boundless Jiang cultivators and the dark cultivators were sworn enemies. They would fight each other when they met. It would be fine if that samsara cultivator did not show himself, but now that he met Ningqi, everyone could already predict his fate. Didn't you leave? The rebirth state cultivator stared at Ningqi, dumbfounded. A trace of regret flashed in the depths of his eyes. If he had known this would happen, he would have waited a little longer before showing himself. However, the Jiang family's treasury was too tempting. Even if the treasury only stored ordinary cultivation resources, it was not comparable to the huge amount of resources. The Jiang family had hundreds of thousands of cultivators. How many cultivation resources were consumed every year? If all these resources were placed in the hands of a single person, it would be very terrifying. Even a great emperor would be tempted by it, unless it was a solitary great emperor who didn't have any disciples. These existences only paid attention to things that they could use, such as profound sun and profound sage-grade spiritual materials. It was precisely because of this that he could not help but step forward when someone wanted to divide the Jiang family's treasury. If he took the Jiang family's treasury, even if he could not keep it for himself and had to hand it over, he would still receive a large amount of resources that would be enough for him to cultivate to the fifth step. I did leave, but I did not say that I would not come back. Ningqi smiled. A trace of anger flashed in the other party's eyes, as if he was about to attack. However, in the next moment, his figure had already turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Fortunately, my reaction is fast, and I have the divine speed talisman bestowed by the sect. My current speed is probably comparable to a great perfection realm existence. He should not be able to catch up, right? Unless Emperor Liu makes a move. As he thought about this rebirth stage cultivator suddenly realized that he was unable to move. Looking down, his soul almost left his body. He was tightly bound by the willow twigs. Whoosh! With a gentle wave of the willow branch, this rebirth state cultivator was sent back to Ningqi. What a coincidence, we meet again. Ningqi laughed. If you want to kill me, do whatever you want. I am a boundless border cultivator, you can forget about making me kneel and beg for mercy. The rebirth stage boundless realm cultivator revealed an unyielding expression. I know. When darkness cultivators and boundless cultivators meet, one of them will definitely die. That's why I didn't plan on making you beg for mercy. Moreover, you don't even have the qualifications to beg for mercy in front of me. Ningqi smiled and took out the demon refining gourd. A gust of black smoke emerged from it and wrapped around the boundless rebirth stage cultivator before disappearing into the mouth of the gourd. Everyone tried hard to maintain their calm when they saw this, and they didn't dare reveal the slightest unusual expression as they were deeply afraid that Ningqi would take them away. What a pity! Ningqi glanced at the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard. After many years of refinement, this courtyard had already become a treasured cultivation ground. The spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles basically gathered here. An ordinary third-step cultivator cultivating here was equivalent to consuming elixirs every day, and they didn't have to worry about qi deviation from consuming too many elixirs. Even fourth-step and fifth-step cultivators would benefit greatly from this place, and their cultivation speed would be more than 10 times faster than in ordinary places. For example, if a third-rate sect was compared to this place, both sects would have cultivators of the same talent. A third-rate sect's cultivator would need 1,000 years to break through, but in the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard, It would take less than 100 years. This was also the reason why many sects wanted to become the Jiang family's vassal, and they would do anything to enter the Jiang family's ancestral city to cultivate. If this courtyard could be moved to the creation divine realm, it would allow little Yu and the rest to cultivate much faster. It was a pity that the restriction on this courtyard was too strong, and with Ning Qi's cultivation, he couldn't move it at all. If these restrictions were broken, there would be no meaning in moving this courtyard. This was what Ning Qi felt was a pity. This place could only benefit others. With a glance, Ning Qi locked his gaze on a hall in the depths of the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard. He could feel that the restriction on the hall was much stronger than the other places. It should have been set up by Jiang Yueshao himself. This place was most likely where the Jiang family's treasury was located. With a slight movement, Ning Qi appeared in front of the hall. On the plaque above the main entrance of the hall, a few large words were engraved: Jiang family's treasury. More than a dozen corpses lay at the tightly closed entrance. Based on the aura left on the corpses, it could be seen that they were all fourth-step cultivators. They might have planned to hide in the treasury, but they didn't know how to open the door, so they were killed by Emperor Lu one by one. Ning Qi took a few glances at the treasure pavilion and found that the restrictive spell here had not been destroyed by Emperor Lu. In other words, with Emperor Lu's strength, it was impossible for him to destroy the restrictive spell set up by an Emperor realm existence. In this way, it was very likely that there were still some Jiang clan cultivators hiding in the treasure pavilion. That guy is here again. Damn it, the distress flying sword has been sent for so long. Why haven't the Feng family, Wei family, and Yu family arrived yet? As the four great emperor families of the human race, we should unite against a common enemy. It doesn't matter. There's no need to be afraid. If we hide here, he won't be able to attack unless he uses a technique to suppress a great emperor again. However, according to my guess, that technique doesn't belong to this kid, so he might not be able to use it a second time. In the Jiang family's treasury, 3 imperishable realm cultivators gathered in front of a huge transparent ball. Inside the ball, they could see Ning Qi's figure at the entrance of the treasury. In addition, there were some pale-faced Jiang family disciples standing around the 3 of them. These Jiang family disciples were the true foundation of the Jiang family. Every one of them had qualifications and prospects that weren't weaker than Jiang Tianshu's. Therefore, they were immediately received by the imperishable realm cultivators who had escaped from Muyang Town. This kid shouldn't know that we are hiding here. When he realizes that he can't destroy the restrictions set up by the great emperor, he will naturally leave. One of the Jiang family imperishable realm cultivators said with a gloomy expression. Yes, this time the Jiang family has suffered a great calamity. As long as we are alive, these Jiang family disciples are still here, and some of the Jiang family disciples have already joined other sects. It won't be long before we rise again. Another imperishable realm cultivator nodded. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt the ground shake. What is he doing? The 3 imperishable realm cultivators stared at the crystal ball, dumbfounded. Outside the door, Ning Qi grabbed the pillar of the Jiang family's treasury with both hands and laughed in a low voice. I can't take the courtyard, but can't I move a hall? Get up! With a loud roar, the Jiang family's treasury shook violently. Chapter 3740. What is he trying to do? Feeling the shaking of the hall, the Jiang family cultivators inside the hall were dumbfounded. The cultivators outside were also dumbfounded. They vaguely guessed Ning Qi's plan. He actually plans to move the entire Jiang family's treasure pavilion? There is a restriction set up by the great emperor. It can't be stored in the interspatial ring. Where can he move it to? Maybe he has other means. Didn't you notice that Lu Wang is elusive? He might be hiding in a small world. But there were still people who couldn't believe that Ningqi could take away the entire Jiang family's treasure pavilion. In the Shenlua world, every sect had such a place to facilitate the disciples under their jurisdiction to exchange for some cultivation resources. However, in order to prevent it from being stolen, the treasure pavilion basically had an array to isolate the interspatial ring. In addition, the Jiang family was a great emperor family. There should be a variety of arrays on it, making it even more secure. Rise! Ningqi roared. His entire body suddenly transformed into a demon ape, and the 9 inner hidden gates opened at the same time. At this moment, Ningqi's mortal body strength was comparable to that of an ordinary undead cultivator. The Jiang family's treasure pavilion suddenly issued a loud bang, and the pillars on the ground were uprooted by Ningqi. Inside the treasure pavilion. It doesn't matter. Even if he moves the entire hall, if we don't go out, he can't do anything to us. Moreover, where can he move such a big hall? It can only make him the target of public criticism. At that time, the other 3 families' reinforcements can easily find him. A Jiang family Undying Realm cultivator looked at the scene in the crystal ball with cold sweat on his forehead. However, he was still very calm. This method would not have any effect on them. If it wasn't for the fact that the Jiang family had never thought that someone would do such a crazy thing, it would be tantamount to an undead realm cultivator wanting to move the entire hall. Lu Huang! Ningqi suddenly shouted. The next moment, countless willow branches shot out from the void, tightly binding the entire Jiang family's treasure pavilion. Smash it! Ningqi sneered. After Lu Huang received the order, he brandished his willow branch and smashed the Jiang clan's hidden treasure pavilion into the ground. Every time he smashed it, the ground trembled and rumbled endlessly. In less than 10 minutes, Emperor Lu had already smashed tens of thousands of times. The Jiang family's ancestral courtyard had become a scene of devastation. It was impossible to tell what it originally looked like. The surrounding cultivators, who were watching the show, hid far away, afraid of being affected by Emperor Lu's attack. Emperor Lu used all his strength in every attack, which was equivalent to an all-out attack from an Eternal Realm cultivator with an incomparably deep foundation. The aftermath of such an attack was extremely terrifying. If a 4th step cultivator was accidentally grazed by it, they would either die or be seriously injured. Occasionally, Ningqi would cooperate with Emperor Lu and fiercely slap the Jiang clan's treasure pavilion a few times. Although the terrifying force was dissipated by the restrictive spell outside, a trace of it still passed into the treasure pavilion. Old ancestor, save us! The Jiang clan's geniuses hiding in the Jiang clan's treasure pavilion constantly screamed. Every second, someone could not withstand the violent shock and died. The 3 Jiang clan's immortals were dumbfounded. By the time they reacted, Emperor Lu had already smashed the treasure pavilion many times. The shock produced by these attacks directly killed most of the Jiang clan's geniuses present. Now, only the 3 of them and another Jiang clan disciple, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, were still alive. Damn you! I must kill you. Definitely. One of the Jiang clan's immortals' eyes were red as he let out an extremely angry roar. This time, the Jiang clan's geniuses who had died were the Jiang clan's last trump cards. Once they died, if the Jiang clan wanted to rise again in the future, it would probably take several times more time than before. He might be provoking us and wanting us to go out, another immortal said calmly. Another Undying calmly said, this sort of method cannot harm us. As long as we calm down and wait for reinforcements, we will be fine. His spiritual soul has been shattered. The last immortal looked at the heavily injured Jiang clan's genius and slowly shook his head. He was originally still breathing, but because his spiritual soul had been shattered, he died completely. Forget it. These dead disciples can still reform their physical bodies in the immortal palace. Although their origin has been damaged, The treasures in the treasure pavilion are enough to repair their origin. This time, our Jiang clan has encountered a great calamity. If we can survive it, we can be reborn as a phoenix. If we can't, we can only pin our hopes on the great emperor. I hope that the great emperor can escape from the reincarnation cycle as soon as possible. With the great emperor, the Jiang clan will exist. Sigh, it should be about time. Ning Qi's thoughts moved slightly. In the next moment, the willow branch disappeared into the void with the Jiang clan's treasure pavilion. At the same time, in the creation celestial realm, Jiang Posha and Jiang Tianshu, who were imprisoned by Emperor Lu, looked at the Jiang clan's treasure pavilion in shock. Their expressions gradually became dull. "Why is our Jiang clan's treasure pavilion here?" Jiang Posha muttered to himself. Jiang Tianshu also couldn't understand. Such a method was really unpredictable. He couldn't understand why Ning Qi could grow to such a level in such a short period of time in this life. He obviously didn't have the advantage he had in his previous life. "I can't accept this." Jiang Tianshu suddenly let out a long cry of despair. "You can't accept this?" Ning Qi, who had appeared behind Jiang Tianshu, heard Jiang Tianshu's long cry. A trace of a smile immediately appeared on his face. "If you can't accept this, you can resist. Come, see if you can break free from Emperor Lu's suppression. What are you trying to do? If you want to kill me, please do it now. I won't even blink an eye." Jiang Tianshu looked at Ning Qi with hatred. "Dream on. If I kill you, you can be reborn in the immortal palace. Why would I do such a thing? Isn't it better to suppress you here? As long as you can't become a great emperor, you can't escape. It's more convenient than killing you." Ning Qi sneered. How could he not see through his opponent's little trick? Jiang Tianshu was stunned. Then, he slowly lowered his head and shut his mouth. Ning Qi glanced at the Jiang family's treasure pavilion hanging in the air and signaled to Emperor Lu. The willow branches on the treasure pavilion immediately retracted. Boom! With a loud bang, the treasure pavilion landed firmly on the ground. "Young master, what is this?" Many figures flew towards Ning Qi. The first to arrive was little Yuer. She looked curiously at the Jiang family's treasure pavilion and asked Ning Qi. The treasure pavilion of the Jiang family, one of the 4 great emperor clans of the human race in the Taili land of the Shenluo world. Ning Qi smiled. Wow! Everyone was shocked. From Ning Qi's words, they could tell that the Jiang family's strength was not to be underestimated. At the same time, the 3 immortal realm experts in the treasure pavilion also used the crystal ball to see what was happening outside. When they saw the real body of Emperor Lu, they were dumbfounded. They thought that Ning Qi was trying to provoke them. In fact, Ning Qi just wanted to see if he could suppress and kill most of the cultivators in the treasure pavilion, so that the number of remaining cultivators would be controlled to less than 3. It turned out that Ning Qi's attempt was successful. Chapter 3741. The people inside, listen up. You're already in the creation divine realm under Emperor Lu's suppression. If you plan to hide inside for the rest of your lives, don't come out. However, I believe that even if we can't break the restriction outside the treasure pavilion in a short period of time, what about 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years? If you come out and surrender, I promise to spare your lives. Ning Qi looked at the treasure pavilion and smiled. There are still Jiang family cultivators hiding inside? Jiang Posha's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted in excitement. Don't believe him. Hide inside and don't come out. Grandpa personally set up the restriction. Even imperishable realm cultivators can't break it even if they spend countless years. As long as you don't come out, there will be a day when we can all escape. You talk too much. Ning Qi glanced at Jiang Posha. Pa. A willow branch violently whipped Jiang Posha's mouth. In the blink of an eye, his lips were swollen. Jiang Tianshu, who originally wanted to say something, immediately shut his mouth. Qing Feng, who had been standing on the side and listening for a long time, suddenly recovered and looked at Ning Qi excitedly. Master, are they cultivators of the Jiang family? Everyone originally thought that Ning Qi had encountered some enemies in the outside world, but Ning Qi's enemies were basically miserable, so they didn't pay much attention to Emperor Lu. When Ning Qi returned, they gathered to watch the show. They didn't expect to find that the people being suppressed were actually cultivators of the Jiang family. The Jiang family. In their hearts, the only person they could think of was Jiang Tianshu. Look, Jiang Tianshu is hanging over there. Ning Qi pointed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless gazes fell on Jiang Tianshu. Jiang Tianshu also opened his eyes and saw Qing Feng, the old lord, and the others. You actually brought them to this world, Jiang Tianshu muttered to himself. As a disciple of the Jiang family and the chief disciple of the ancient Star Pavilion's Alcade Star Palace, he was well aware of what kind of place the Fortune God Realm was. In the ancient land, many top sects called the Fortune God Realm the Sacred Mountain because many Emperor Realm cultivators had entered the Fortune God Realm before finding an opportunity to break through. Although there was a passageway to the divine realm of creation, it was impossible to enter before the passageway opened, even if countless resources were used. After the passageway opened, the amount of resources used depended on the cultivation of the person who entered. The stronger the person, the more resources they would need to use. Even the top sects in the primeval land would at most send rebirth realm geniuses to search for opportunities for the ancestors of their sections. Only in a few cases would fifth-step cultivators enter. For example, cultivators in the imperishable realm who were preparing to break through to the Emperor realm would choose to exhaust all their wealth to enter the creation divine domain in search of a chance to ascend to the Emperor realm. Ning Qi was able to bring people into such a sacred place at any time, and the number of people he brought was shocking. In his eyes, the celestial realm cultivators were just ants, but in the Fortune God realm, as long as they didn't die, it wouldn't take long for their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that as long as these cultivators were given enough time, a terrifying force comparable to the great Emperor family would be born. At that time, even if Jiang Tianshu wanted to take revenge, it would be nothing more than a pipe dream. Jiang Tianshu, are you surprised to see us here? Qing Feng looked at Jiang Tianshu with a ruddy face and laughed. The ancestor of the Tiandao clan, you plotted against my master back then. How insufferably arrogant! But now, you can only be trapped by Emperor Lu and hung here like a pig or a dog. What goes around comes around. You're just a Dao child beside Ning Beixian. Back in the ancient Star Pavilion, you were so humble to me and didn't even dare to breathe when you saw me. Today, I'm like a tiger being bullied by a dog, and I'm being mocked by a junior like you. Ah! The heavens really want my Jiang family to die. The heavens really want my Jiang family to die. Jiang Tianshu let out a sad laugh and tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He felt wronged. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky and the others looked at Qing Feng with a strange expression. So he had stayed in the Shenluo realm before? Old man Qing Feng, did you really bow to him back then? Bull Demon King said in a muffled voice. There seemed to be a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Qing Feng glanced at Bull Demon King. Do you believe me? Jiang Tianshu, only losers remember the past. If we're talking about bowing to each other, the ancient Star Pavilion has a strict hierarchy. When an outer sect disciple sees an inner sect disciple, there's nothing wrong with it. I remember that you were even more respectful when you saw me, right? Ning Qi smiled. Jiang Tianshu was startled and stared at Ning Qi. You remember the memories of your previous life? Everyone could vaguely feel that Jiang Tianshu was looking at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in his eyes. Why don't you guess? Ning Qi smiled. Ning Beixian. So what if you remember the past? I admit that you're stronger than me right now. But your identity has been exposed. The Holy Assembly won't let you go. Ah, you're hiding a big secret. That's why you were able to rise to this level in such a short period of time, right? But the Holy Assembly is much stronger than you think. Even in a place like Tylee, the Holy Assembly has sent several Emperor realms to guard it. If those sacred Supreme Counselors really want to attack you, even if you hide in the creation realm, you will still be crushed. Jiang Tianshu laughed. Then I'll become stronger before they attack me. I'll destroy the Holy Assembly just like how I destroyed your Jiang family. Ning Qi smiled. When Jiang Tianshu heard this, he was just about to retort when a willow branch suddenly whipped towards him. Pa pa pa! Jiang Tianshu fainted from the sudden attack of the willow branch. Qing Feng felt relieved when he saw this. The resentment that had accumulated for so many years was finally gone. Master, now that Jiang Tianshu has been suppressed, we shouldn't have any enemies in the Shenluo realm. Why did he say that the Holy Assembly is going to attack you? Qing Feng suddenly asked and looked at Ning Qi in confusion. There are some things you don't understand. Ning Qi shook his head. The hatred between him and Jiang Tianshu wasn't as deep as the hatred between him and the Holy Assembly. After all, the Holy Assembly had killed him twice. In his first life, he was the Star Emperor of the ancient Star System Pavilion, and in his second life, he was a direct disciple of the ancient Star System Pavilion. With the hatred from both lives added up, even Jiang Tianshu would have to step aside. Why did the Holy Assembly attack me? Is it related to the system? After pondering for a while, Ning Qi looked at the Jiang family's treasure pavilion. Have you seen enough? If you have, you should make a decision. If you don't come out now, then stay in there forever. After a while, there was still no response from the treasure pavilion. Ning Qi smiled at everyone. Go back and cultivate. I'm going to refine a batch of elixirs. If there's nothing important, don't come to me. Let Ling Ming make the decision. Everyone nodded. At the same time, they were very curious about the elixirs that Ning Qi was talking about. In their opinion, the elixirs that Ning Qi was going to refine must be divine. Chapter 3742. Creation God Realm. In the small courtyard. Everyone was either standing or sitting in a circle in the small courtyard. Ning Qi was already in closed-door cultivation, so the others had to consider the direction of their cultivation. The flow of time here is 1,000 to 1 compared to the outside world. 1,000 years here is only 1 year in the outside world. However, the range of influence is only around the small courtyard. I tested it and found that the flow of time will return to normal after walking about 30 meters away from the small courtyard. If anyone wants to leave the small courtyard to search for opportunities, they have to consider the gains and losses. Perhaps in the 10 days or half a month that you guys leave the small courtyard, the people cultivating in the small courtyard will have broken through their current bottleneck. Saint Concubine Cold Sky smiled at everyone while carrying Ning Rulai. Big Sister is right. However, Big Sister Lin Mei and I encountered a fortuitous opportunity in the creation divine realm. After consuming the Phoenix reincarnation fruit, our cultivation base instantly soared. We went from the 3rd step to the 4th step in one go. Therefore, whether we cultivate in this courtyard or go out to search for fortuitous opportunities, I think it's beneficial. Wang Shui smiled and nodded. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This included Wang Shui's parents and grandfather. This was the first time they knew that Wang Shui's cultivation had increased to such a terrifying level. Incredible! Incredible! What kind of divine fruit is the Phoenix reincarnation fruit? It actually has such a terrifying effect. This creation god realm is really full of opportunities. Bull Demon King muttered to himself in shock. Limacho's eyes lit up. Duan Ingjun clenched his fists subconsciously. He looked at Nyo Dezhuang, De Guzi, and the others and made a decision in his heart. When I was cultivating in the ancient star pavilion, I heard about the creation god realm from an elder. Even the top sects in the Shunluo world are scrambling for this place. They can't send too many people here at once, unlike Master who is omnipotent. In my opinion, Master Wang Shui is right. Whether it is cultivating in the small courtyard or searching for opportunities in the outside world, it will be of great benefit to our current realm. In fact, there might not even be Shunluo world's heavenly tribulation in the creation god realm. This way, we don't have to worry about the Supreme Saint Parliament. Qing Feng said slowly. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. Li Macho lightly waved her fly whisk and walked out of the courtyard. Seeing this, Hu Chengzi's eyes flashed with hesitation. He gritted his teeth and quickly followed Li Macho. Master, wait for me. In her opinion, staying in the small courtyard to cultivate was the best and safest option. With Ning Qi's protection on the inside and Emperor Lu's suppression on the outside, who could break in? Moreover, the flow of time here was 1,000 times faster than the outside world. 1,000 years in here was only a year in the outside world. If he cultivated for a few million years, only a few thousand years would pass in the outside world. How great would that be? However, since Li Macho had chosen to go out of the courtyard to search for opportunities, Hu Chengzi had no choice but to follow. All these years, she had been following Li Macho around like a little tail, and Hu Chengzi was already used to it. We can't drag boss down, right? When I was in the central continent, I was also a famous existence. Little Six suddenly smiled and glanced at Ning Zi and the others. Seeing this, Ning Zi and the others nodded slightly. Even Fatty Ning, who only knew how to eat and drink, had a serious expression at this moment. Let's go! Little Six shouted and quickly left the small courtyard with Ning Zi and the others. Let's go too, but our daughter and the others should stay in the courtyard. Dongfang Yulou looked at Dongfang Haojie, intending to let him make the decision. Dad, Mom, we also want to search for opportunities. The three female cultivators immediately spoke in unison. Your cultivation levels are too low. Even if you want to search for opportunities, you have to wait until you reach the Tao-seeking realm. Dongfang Haojie said lightly. Hearing this, the three women's eyes flashed with a trace of shame. This time, Ning Qi had given countless elixirs, and many people had reached the third step in a short period of time, but they were still stuck in the immortal emperor realm. After Dongfang Haojie and Dongfang Yulou left, Duan Ingjun and his wife also left with Ning Qi and the other disciples. Soon, there were not many people left in the courtyard. Big sister, let's go together? Wang Shui suddenly smiled at Sacred Concubine Cold Sky. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky was startled. With Big Sister Lin Mei with me, there shouldn't be much of a problem in terms of safety. Even if we encounter a God Realm warrior that we can't defeat, we just need to escape back here. Wang Shui smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you, little sister. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky only thought for a few breaths, then slowly nodded. Her current cultivation level could not keep up with the others, and it was time to increase it. Not long after, Sacred Concubine Cold Sky, Wang Shui, Li Xian, Lin Mei, Little Yur and Zuo Ling'er left the courtyard. Before leaving, Madame Zuo was still a little worried, so she specially gave Zuo Ling'er a few words. After they left, the old lord glanced at Qing Feng and Bull Demon King. The two nodded knowingly and also left the small courtyard. Although cultivating in the courtyard, time flowed 1,000 times faster than outside. The fortuitous opportunities that Wang Shui encountered greatly stimulated everyone. They also wanted to fight in the creation divine realm to see if they could find a fortuitous opportunity that belonged to them. They did not hope to reach the heavens in a single step like Wang Shui, but if they could reach the fourth step, that would be enough. They're all gone, An old man looked at the empty courtyard and couldn't help but smile bitterly at Madame's when not far away. This old man was called Zhao Er. A long time ago, when Ningqi was still in the Qin Tang Empire, he had already followed Ningqi and became an ordinary guard of the Dragon Slayer Marquis Mansion. Who would have thought that an ordinary old man had already reached the ancient transformation realm? In the celestial world, he would be a powerful existence. They've all gone to find their own fortuitous opportunities. I believe it won't be long before they all shine in the Shenlua world. Madame Zhao smiled. She used to be an ordinary woman. Her husband was a guard in the Dragon Slayer Marquis Palace. After he was assassinated, she and Zhuo Ling were brought into the Dragon Slayer Marquis Palace by Ningqi. Today she was just an ordinary woman. However, she had officially broken through to the Dao Querying Realm and became an early-stage Dao Querying Realm expert. Do you think this is like the time when we were in the Dragon Slayer Marquis Mansion? Zhao Er glanced at the surroundings and suddenly said. Madame Zhao looked around and fell silent for a moment, as if she was recalling something. After a dozen breaths' time, she nodded with a smile. Yes. It's a pity that Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, those two brats, left halfway and there's still no news of them. I wonder if they're still alive. If they were like this old man and kept waiting, they would also be in the divine domain today. Zhao Er suddenly sighed. Everyone has their own fortuitous opportunities. Even young master can't control all living beings. What can you do? Their cultivation might not be weaker than ours. It means that their fortuitous opportunities won't be too bad if they manage to encounter young master. Madame Zhao smiled. Zhao Er was slightly startled. Then, a smile appeared on his face. I've been too naive. Then, he glanced at the door of the courtyard and smiled. I'll be guarding this door from now on. In the past, he was guarding the door of the Dragon Slayer Marquis Mansion. Now, he was guarding the door of the creation realm. Although they were both guarding the door, the difference between the two was immeasurable. Chapter 3743. Ningqi sat cross-legged in the temporary alchemy room that he had built. The demon purification gourd was spinning above his head, constantly absorbing the reincarnation power in Ningqi's body. If one looked closely, they could see that the pitch-black demon purification gourd was emitting a faint red light. One could imagine how terrifying the temperature inside the gourd was. In addition, as the master of the demon purification gourd, Ningqi could also hear the screams of the fifth-step Jiang family cultivators in the gourd. However, no matter how they cursed, begged, or cried, Ningqi's expression remained indifferent. He would not be affected by these negative emotions. Regardless of whether there were innocent people among the Jiang family cultivators, in Ningqi's eyes, it was a sin for them to be born in the Jiang family. At this speed, it will probably take a few thousand years to refine all the fifth-step Jiang family cultivators into blood pills. A month later, Ningqi slowly opened his eyes. After estimating the refining progress, he smiled bitterly. His cultivation level was still not high enough. If he was at the fifth step, he could shorten the refining time to hundreds of years, more than 10 times. However, after refining these blood pills, I'm afraid it will be enough for me to refine my golden body. At that time, it will be possible for me to break through the bottleneck of the rebirth realm and reach the undead realm. It should be known that the worst fifth-step Jiang family cultivators had condensed 10% of their golden body. There were dozens of undead realm cultivators and several immortal realm cultivators in the demon purification gourd. The demon purification gourd would directly condense the essence of these guys who had condensed their golden bodies. The blood pills that could be condensed would probably be miraculous for undead realm cultivators. While Ningqi was refining the pills, the news of the Jiang family's destruction spread. When the Jiang family disciples outside heard the news, they were filled with grief and indignation. However, they did not dare to return to the ancestral land, fearing that they would be killed. They could only hide in the sect and live in fear. The Jiang family's ancestral city. 4 figures appeared in the sky, standing in the east, west, south, and north directions. Standing in the east was a man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He wore a green robe, and his eyes were different from ordinary people's. If one looked closely, they would find that his eyes were formed by dozens of long swords. This person was one of the 3 great emperors sent by the Holy Council to guard Tyli land, the Eternal Sword Emperor. Standing in the west was an old man. His head was extremely huge, but his body was extremely small. He looked like a 10-year-old child. He was also a great emperor Yu from the Yu clan. Standing in the south was the only female cultivator among the 4 of them. She had an exquisite and beautiful face and looked to be in her 20s. However, there was a hint of vicissitudes in her eyes. She was the only empress in the 4 great emperor clans, Great Empress Feng of the Feng family. A middle-aged man stood to the north. His appearance was very ordinary, and his aura was also very obscure. It was Great Emperor Wei of House Wei. Apart from Jiang Yueshao, who was suppressed by Ning Qi, the remaining 3 members of the 4 great emperor clans were all present. Some of the cultivators who were still lingering here glanced at the void, but they couldn't find the 4 of them. They were still trying their best to find some heavenly treasures in the devastated Jiang family's ancestral city. Because the Jiang family was destroyed, many cultivators had fled this place, so they didn't have time to take some things with them. Thus, these cultivators who came to watch the show benefited. You've also received the distress flying sword from the Jiang family, right? Great Emperor Yu glanced at the 3 of them with a smile. When his gaze swept past Sword Emperor Longevity, a hint of dread flashed across his eyes. Yes. Great Emperor Feng nodded indifferently. Great Emperor Wei didn't say anything, but from his expression, it was obvious that he had received the distress flying sword just like the other 3. Jiang Yuexiao's aura has already disappeared. I can sense a trace of aura left behind by the reincarnation of 10,000 world. It's exactly the same as when the seniors died when their lifespans were exhausted. Great Emperor Wei frowned slightly and said slowly, "What kind of existence could kill Jiang Yuexiao without us being able to react? His cultivation was the highest among the 4 of us, and he had a high chance of breaking through to the 4th transformation realm. What a pity." Great Emperor Feng glanced at the destroyed Jiang family's ancestral courtyard and sighed softly. Sword Emperor Longevity, you're from the primordial land, so you should be able to tell where the attacker came from. According to the information I've received, the Jiang family seems to be planning to deal with a rebirth state cultivator called Ning Beixian. I didn't expect even Jiang Yuexiao to die in his hands. Who is he? Great Emperor Yu looked at Sword Emperor Longevity with a smile. Great Emperor Yu, do you really not have any impression of the name Ning Beixian? Sword Emperor Longevity asked thoughtfully instead of answering Great Emperor Yu's question. Great Emperor Yu smiled. It sounds a little familiar. I'm getting old, so I can't remember it clearly. Many years ago, Jiang Yuexiao received an order from the Supreme Sacred Assembly to kill a rebirth state cultivator from the Archaic Star Pavilion. That cultivator was called Ning Beixian. Sword Emperor Longevity, he's the one who suppressed Jiang Yuexiao this time, right? What did he obtain in the myriad realms of reincarnation back then that the Supreme Sacred Assembly had to kill him? A mere rebirth state cultivator was killed by a great emperor. Now, his reincarnation body killed Jiang Yuexiao with rebirth state cultivation. Shouldn't the Supreme Sacred Assembly give us an explanation for such means that can threaten us great emperors? Great Emperor Feng suddenly said. Why does the Supreme Sacred Assembly need to give you an explanation? Sword Emperor Longevity looked at Great Emperor Feng coldly. His tone was extremely domineering, as if he didn't care about the 3 great emperors in front of him at all. Great Emperor Feng's expression changed slightly, Great Emperor Wei remained silent, and Great Emperor Yu's smile was even more profound. However, the three of them didn't refute Sword Emperor Longevity's words because he was right. The Supreme Sacred Assembly didn't need to report to ordinary great emperors. Although the three of them had high statuses in Tyli land, their cultivation would only be ordinary among the great emperors once they went to the primordial land. Leave the destruction of the Jiang clan to me. The three of you don't need to interfere. Also, Sword Emperor Longevity suddenly looked into the distance. I know your primordial spirits are watching from here. Remember, you are not allowed to interfere in this matter. You don't have the right to interfere. A few breaths later, some ripples suddenly appeared in the void. The ripples flickered 13 times, as if someone had just left this place. The forces of the 13 caves? Sword Emperor Longevity's cultivation is indeed stronger than ours. We didn't even notice that they were hiding here. Great Emperor Yu smiled. The ones who had been peeking from the void were the masters of the other 13 grotto heavens in the Tyli land, other than the one pavilion and the 4 clans. They were all emperors, and the reason why they did not show themselves was probably because they were afraid of the Eternal Sword Emperor. They were of a different race, while the Eternal Sword Emperor was of the human race. The 13 emperors of the foreign races were weaker than Great Emperor Yu and the other 2, and could not compare to the Eternal Sword Emperor. You guys can leave now, Sword Emperor Longevity said indifferently. Great Emperor Yu and the other 2 great emperors exchanged glances and left. After the 3 of them left, Sword Emperor Longevity muttered to himself with a cold expression, Ning Beixian. Chapter 3744. Ancient Star System Pavilion. Jiang Wankong's eyes were filled with tears as he knelt at the foot of the main range with grief and indignation. He was surrounded by many disciples of the ancient Star System Pavilion. There were humans and foreign clans. They all looked at Jiang Wankong's back with complicated expressions. I didn't expect the powerful Jiang family to be destroyed, and the one who destroyed the Jiang family was a core disciple of the Alcade Star Palace. It's unbelievable. A Migres Palace core disciple looked at Jiang Wankong's back and shook his head. That core disciple is called Ning Qi, right? Why is it rumored that it was destroyed by a cultivator called Ning Beixian? Ning Qi had just entered the reincarnation ruins not long ago. Even if he had become a true disciple, he wouldn't be able to match the legendary Rebirth Realm Great Perfection. Moreover, how could a mere Rebirth Realm expert like us destroy the Jiang family, which had dozens of 5th step experts and an Emperor Realm expert? Another core disciple from the Mizar Palace frowned. His eyes were filled with confusion. Both of them have the surname Ning. Perhaps they are the same person. I heard from the cultivators who were present that he suppressed the great emperor of the Jiang family with a gentle lift of his hand. Furthermore, he can control an eternal realm star demon. That star demon is extremely famous in the land of absolute beginning. Its foundation is far beyond our imagination. You guys entered the sect too late. Haven't you heard of Jiang Tianshu's sworn enemy in the ancient star system pavilion, Ning Beixian? A voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone looked over and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, senior sister Wu Ma. Wu Ma nodded indifferently and glanced at Jiang Wankong's back. He then looked at the other places where the chief disciples of the other astral palaces were standing, including Fei Xuanzi, who had reclaimed his position as the chief disciple of the Alcade Star Palace. At this moment, the expressions of the chief disciples were very complicated. It was not because the Jiang clan had been destroyed, but because they had heard Ning Beixian's name again. Senior Sister Wu Ma, we entered the sect too late. What happened? Who is this Ning Beixian? The core disciple from the Migres Palace asked respectfully. The others were also curious. Many years ago, aside from the chief disciples of the 7 star palaces, The main sect also had a chief disciple position. It was the head of the ancient Star Pavilion. A long time ago, when Jiang Tianshu just entered the sect, he had a good relationship with him. But for some reason they became enemies. Jiang Tianshu wasn't Ning Beishuan's opponent. Later on, Great Emperor Jiang suddenly appeared and killed Ning Beixian. This incident shook the entire sect. I thought that Jiang Tianshu was using this method to suppress his fellow disciples, but in fact it was an order from the Supreme Saint Parliament. An order from the Holy Assembly? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Some of the cultivators who knew about this side. If Ning Beixian hadn't died, perhaps the ancient Star Pavilion would have had another sempiternal realm cultivator. Because he obtained a forbidden item in the infinite world reincarnation, the Holy Assembly said that he was a dark cultivator, which was why they sent Great Emperor Jiang to kill him. This time, the Jiang family's destruction was most likely because Ning Beixian had reincarnated and recalled his past life, which was why he took action. As for what exactly he did, you and I haven't reached step 6, so we can't judge. Wu Ma Zhuxing said calmly. So that's how it is. No wonder Ning Qi's cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds after entering the sect. He went from the Karma realm to the Heaven's Mandate realm in such a short period of time, and now he's in the reincarnation cycle. I'm afraid the method he used to kill Great Emperor Jiang is the forbidden item that the Supreme Saint Parliament mentioned. Everyone had a look of realization, but they were filled with envy. If they had such a method, they would rather become dark cultivators. After all, if they could kill Great Emperor realm cultivators, it wouldn't matter even if they had to drag out an ignoble existence and couldn't walk openly in the world. Not far away, Jiu Qianbei, Feng Litian, and Feng Yin looked at Jiang Wankong with a gloating expression. When they learned that the Jiang family had been destroyed and Jiang Tianshu had been suppressed by Ning Qi, they finally felt relieved. They had been hiding in other small worlds all these years and could only return to the sect occasionally. They were afraid of being seen by Jiang Tianshu, but now they didn't have to be so sneaky anymore. I didn't expect senior brother Ning Qi to be a reincarnated senior. Feng Yin sighed. We should have noticed this earlier. Senior brother Ning's cultivation speed is indeed extraordinary. Feng Litian smiled bitterly with a complicated look in his eyes. The Feng family and the Jiang family were both great emperor clans, but they were weaker than the Jiang family. In the end, the Jiang family was destroyed just like that. In his heart, he had a new understanding of the power of a family. It turned out that it was impossible for a great emperor clan to be indestructible. In my opinion, they deserve it. The disciples of the Jiang family have been acting tyrannically in the sect because of Jiang Tianshu and Jiang Wankong. When the news of the Jiang family's destruction spread, they have become the target of scorn. Just a few days ago, a true disciple of the Jiang family was ganged up by a few true disciples of the same sect and was severely injured. Jiu Qianbei said gloatingly. Senior brother Jiang, the pavilion elders have said that they won't see you. Please leave. Don't make things difficult for us. The guard of the main sect looked at Jiang Wankong with a bitter smile. Why are you kneeling here? It had attracted countless cultivators to stop and watch. If the cabinet elders were dissatisfied and blamed him, how could a mere guard like him bear the responsibility? My Jiang family was destroyed by a thief. I hope the pavilion master and the pavilion elders can take pity on him and suppress him. I, Jiang Wankong, will be eternally grateful. Jiang Wankong raised his head and roared as tears fell from his eyes. When Ouyang Xinyue saw this, there was a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. She looked at the main sect with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ning Beixian joined the ancient star system pavilion in this life. Now that something like this has happened, even if the pavilion master doesn't care, the elders should at least come forward. Haha, Fei Xuanzi glanced at her. When great Emperor Jiang suppressed senior brother Ning, The pavilion elders were already unhappy. If it wasn't for the Holy Assembly, do you think the Jiang family wouldn't have to pay a price? Now that the Jiang family has been destroyed by senior brother Ning's reincarnation, it's karma. That's true, but great Emperor Jiang acted because Ning Beixian fell into the demonic path and became a dark cultivator. That's a different matter. Ouyang Xinhua whispered. You and Jiang Wankong are both boundless Jiang cultivators. Now that the Jiang family has been destroyed, the Holy Assembly will take care of it. The pavilion elders are all cultivating and won't interfere. Fei Xuanzi said calmly. Perhaps to verify his words, an aura suddenly came from the main sect and shrouded Jiang Wankong. In the next moment, everyone saw Jiang Wankong's figure being swept thousands of feet away. Leave. A voice exploded in the air. The Holy Assembly will take care of the Jiang family. Chapter 37:45. Jiang Wankong stared dumbfoundedly at the direction of the main sect. This sentence made him fall into despair. Even if the Holy Parliament dealt with it, it wouldn't be easy to catch a person in the Tyli land. In the large Tyli land, if there was any force that could do this, it would be the ancient Star Pavilion. Since the elders aren't willing to act, then Disciple will leave the ancient Star Pavilion. From now on, I'm no longer a match for the ancient Star Pavilion. One day, I'll make Ning Beixian pay the price, and I'll make those who stood by today pay the price. Jiang Wankong suddenly let out an angry roar and his gaze swept the area. All Jiang family members, leave with me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless figures flew out and landed behind Jiang Wankong. The Jiang family members were filled with grief and anger. They looked at the main sect with dissatisfaction. However, there were a few Jiang family members who lowered their heads in guilt. The Jiang family had already become like this. If they still left the ancient Star Pavilion and were caught by Ning Beixian, what would they do? Jiang Wankong took a deep look at the main sect before leaving with thousands of Jiang family members. Treason! Fei Xuanzi let out a cold snort. The cultivators of the ancient Star Pavilion were also shocked by Jiang Wankong's actions. However, after waiting for a long time, they found that the main sect had ignored this matter and no elder had come to suppress Jiang Wankong. It looks like the sect has given up on the Jiang family. Wu Ma smiled at Fei Xuanzi. The Jiang family cultivators have taken up a lot of cultivation resources. Now that they have left, the junior brothers and sisters of the other star palaces will be able to obtain a lot of cultivation resources to increase their cultivation. The ancient Star Pavilion's strength won't be affected. Fei Xuanzi smiled. At the top of the main sect stood more than a dozen old men and women. One of the old men looked at Elder Duan and angrily said, "Why don't you let us suppress this child? He has just betrayed the ancient Star Pavilion. He really doesn't know what death is." "Little 8, you've become bold. You dare to shout at me?" Pavilion Elder Duan said with a half-smile. When the old man heard that, he immediately realized what was going on. His expression changed slightly, and he said with dissatisfaction, "Grand Elder Duan, Ancestor Duan, it's not that Lil 8 has grown bolder, it's just that the kid is too infuriating. So what if the Jiang family is destroyed? What does it have to do with our ancient star system pavilion? When the Jiang family killed the disciples of our ancient star pavilion, they should have known this day would come. The Jiang family has already been destroyed and all the fifth step cultivators are dead. If we kill Jiang Wankong now, I fear the Holy Saint Council will use this as an excuse to attack the ancient star system pavilion. Don't forget, Jiang Wankong has another identity," Grand Secretary Duan said calmly. When the old man and the old woman heard this, a trace of resentment flashed in their eyes. Boundless cultivator, humph. To put it nicely, the Holy Assembly was using this method to infiltrate the various sects. We can't even react to this. It's really frustrating. The old man called Little 8 by Grand Secretary Duan was so angry that his beard curled up. In this world, the strong are respected. If the ancient star system pavilion is stronger than the Holy Assembly, we can also place disciples in all the sections. If that day comes, let's call ourselves the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. What do you think? Grand Secretary Duan smiled. And not bad. Very good, very good. That's it. Now that the pavilion master isn't here, we need to keep a low profile. We won't participate in the matter of the Jiang family. Grand Secretary Duan waved his hand. After everyone left, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. It really is his reincarnation. Like I said, not everyone can communicate with a forbidden star. Creation realm. No matter how much the outside world was shocked by the destruction of the Jiang family, Ning Qi was absolutely safe here. He knew that after the Jiang family was destroyed and his identity as a reincarnation was exposed, the Holy Assembly would definitely put him on their kill list. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to increase his cultivation level and reach the Emperor realm. Only then would he be able to act freely without any restrictions. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qi had been refining pills for 1,000 years. Zhao Er and Lady Zhua, who were cultivating in the small courtyard, were constantly devouring the cultivation resources Ning Qi gave them. Coupled with the terrifying spirit Qi in the creation realm, they had broken through several small realms and reached the peak of the Dao querying realm. They had formed the immortal palaces. Even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as the immortal palaces were not destroyed, they would really be immortal. How good would it have been if those kids had stayed here to cultivate? In 1,000 years, the two of us would have reached this level. Zhao Er sat at the entrance of the small courtyard and sighed. Lady Zhua smiled. Everyone has their own opportunities. According to the flow of time here, they have been away for a year. Perhaps their cultivation levels are higher than ours. How is that possible? Zhao Er smiled and shook his head. Although the creation realm is full of opportunities, it also depends on one's luck. From what I see, that kid Duan Yingjun can forget about getting any opportunities. Help! Suddenly, an anxious roar came from afar. Zhao Er and Madame Zhuo were slightly stunned, and they looked over in unison. They saw an extremely plump figure pulling another slender figure as they ceaselessly dashed madly towards them. Is it that kid Duan Yingjun? Zhao Er glanced at Lady Zhua, a little uncertain. This was because the aura that Duan Yingjun exuded was many times stronger than his. Before entering the creation realm, even if Duan Yingjun was stronger than Zhao Er, his strength was limited. But now, Zhao Er was already an immortal palace cultivator, but he still felt that Duan Yingjun's aura was as deep as the abyss. Most importantly, the two of them were being chased by a black-robed cultivator with an extremely furious expression. That cultivator's aura was much more terrifying than Duan Yingjun's. Go! Lady Zhua soared into the sky without hesitation and headed in Duan Yingjun's direction. Zhao Er secretly cursed Duan Yingjun when he saw that and also soared into the sky to meet the black-robed cultivator. However, as soon as the two of them moved, they saw a willow branch hit the black-robed cultivator who was chasing after Duan Yingjun. The black-robed cultivator howled in pain and turned into ashes. Thank you, Emperor Lu, for saving my life. Duan Yingjun quickly cupped his hands and bowed to Emperor Lu. Duan Feifei, who was next to him, was also frightened and broke out in cold sweat. Duan Yingjun, who was that guy who was chasing after you? Zhao Er asked as soon as he arrived. A warrior from the creation realm. Duan Yingjun said with lingering fear, the natives of the creation realm are really terrifying. If I hadn't broken through to the karma state, I would have been killed by him in one move. His cultivation should be comparable to the heavenly fate state, but here in the creation realm, he's called a grade 4 warrior. A grade 4 warrior? Zhao Er and Lady Zhua looked at each other. Lady Zhua smiled and said, You seem to have entered the fourth step. It's only been a year. What opportunities have you obtained? Opportunities? He was too reckless. He entered a huge city with a God Realm warrior and secretly ate a bowl of rice. In the end, he broke through on the spot and couldn't even conceal his aura. That's why he was chased all the way. Duan Feifei looked at Duan Ingjun with dissatisfaction. Duan Ingjun smiled when he heard that. Secretly ate a bowl of rice? Zhao Er and Lady Zhua looked at each other. Even Jiang Posha and the others who were hanging on the tree opened their eyes. Chapter 3746. You're lying. How can a bowl of rice let you directly break through from the third step to the fourth step, the Karma realm? An indignant roar came from Emperor Lu. Everyone looked up and realized that the one who spoke was Gongsun Wufua, the sempiternal realm expert. The expression on his face was very interesting. In the anger there was a tinge of disbelief, and in the disbelief there was also a tinge of indignation. Who's lying? That bowl of rice was just so delicious. It's comparable to elixirs. Duan Ingjun cast a cold glance at Gongsun Wufua and sneered. Are you jealous of me? Coming to such a mystical place like the creation divine realm, yet you can only hang on to Sovereign Lu's body, unable to move, and watch as our cultivations rise rapidly, yet you can't do anything? Impossible. No matter how strong the creation god realm is, how can a bowl of rice have such a miraculous effect? There was once someone who entered the giant city where the warriors of the god realm are. If that was really the case, I would have known about it long ago. Gongsun Wufua mumbled to himself. Perhaps that bowl of rice is extremely precious to the warriors of the realm of the gods. Otherwise, why would he chase us all the way here? You lured the warriors of the realm of the gods here. Even if he was killed by Emperor Lu, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have a faction behind him. Even the Holy Assembly doesn't dare to enter this place on a large scale. From this, one can imagine just how powerful the warriors of the realm of the gods are. I think it won't be long before the warriors of the realm of the gods attack this place. Jiang Posha said with a cold smile. As Jiang Tianshu and the Karma boundary cultivators of the great Azure Dragon sect heard this, their eyes lit up. If the God Realm warriors managed to break in, then although they didn't know what would happen to them, it was still better than dying here. Under the suppression of Sovereign Lu's strength, they couldn't even commit suicide. If he were to die in the hands of a God Realm warrior, even if his physical body was destroyed, he could be reborn from the immortal palace and regain his freedom. They had never yearned for freedom as much as they did today. Duan Ingjuan's expression changed slightly. Zhao Er and Madame Zhua suddenly looked into the distance. Perhaps to confirm Jiang Posha's words, a few more figures appeared over there. 2 men and 2 women. Their auras were much stronger than the God Realm warrior from before. From the way the 4 of them were dressed, it was highly likely that they were also God Realm warriors. A 5th-step God's domain warrior. Jiang Posha's eyes lit up and he immediately roared, Here? Over here. Shut the hell up. Duan Ingjun was furious. Zhao Er and Lady Zhua's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. In the next moment, Emperor Lu's branch had already landed on Jiang Posha's mouth. Jiang Posha groaned in pain, but his face revealed a happy smile. He believed that the other party must have heard it. After several breaths of time, the 4 warriors from the realm of the gods finally turned their gazes towards the crowd. As Jiang Posha looked at them expectantly, they only glanced at them a few times before turning and leaving. Jiang Posha's eyes were filled with astonishment. What happened? Jiang Tianshu couldn't help but ask, They can't see us? Boss had said before that although this place was within the creation god realm, it was beyond the creation god realm. Only the people that Boss had personally brought in would be able to see this place. Not to mention the warriors of the god realm, Even the other divine Luo world cultivators wouldn't be able to discover this place. In their eyes, this place was probably just a wasteland. You want to use this method to escape? What a fool's dream. Lu Wang, this kind of guy, I think he needs to be whipped 1,000 times a day. Duan Injun smiled proudly. Pa. Lu Wang had already started whipping Jiang Posha. Jiang Posha endured the pain and looked towards one of the rooms in the courtyard with a shocked expression. They could actually create a place in the creation god realm that was beyond this place. What kind of method was this? Sky beyond sky? Mountains beyond mountains? Elder Zhao, Aunt Sua, the bowl of rice I swallowed this time was not ordinary. The spiritual qi in my body has not been completely refined. I need to go into seclusion to cultivate. When boss comes out of seclusion, please call me out. Duan Injun told the two of them and rushed into the courtyard with Duan Feifei. In the air, an indistinct voice floated over. While the medicine is still effective, hurry up and cultivate with us. I'll help you break through a few realms, this kid. Zhao Er smiled and shook his head. Madame Zhua chuckled and turned to return to the courtyard. Time in the courtyard passed in the blink of an eye. It had been more than 3,000 years since Ning Qi had started his seclusion. During this time, Niu Dezhuang and De Guzi had returned once and cultivated for about 100 years before leaving to search for fortuitous encounters. Their cultivation had also broken through to the 4th step of the Karma realm. Jiang Posha and the rest, who were hanging on the tree, finally had a deeper understanding of the terror of the creation god realm. No wonder the top sects in the primordial land tried so hard to send their rebirth realm disciples here to search for fortuitous encounters for their sect elders. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. Although we have been imprisoned for more than 3,000 years, only 3 years have passed in the outside world. 3 years is enough for them to break through from the Tao querying realm to the Karma realm. If all the disciples of my Jiang family had entered the creation god realm, I'm afraid we would have moved to the primordial land and become a top family. Jiang Posha murmured to himself. Jiang Tianshu felt even more despair when he heard this. Ning Qi could enter and leave this place freely. In other words, it was very likely that he would never be able to catch up to Ning Qi in this lifetime, let alone take revenge. Now, he could only hope that the Supreme Saint Council would come forward to find Ning Qi and suppress him. If this small courtyard belongs to me, Jiang Tianshu's eyes flashed with greed. He did not wish to die immediately. Instead, he felt that it did not matter if he kept hanging here. He believed that as long as he waited, he might have the opportunity to take over this small courtyard one day. Unless Ning Qi could live until he could resist the Supreme Saint Council in this lifetime. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly came from the courtyard. Jiang Posha and the others looked towards the courtyard, and their eyes were filled with shock. They could feel an extremely terrifying aura rising from the courtyard. Supreme-grade Mystic Sun Elixir? Jiang Posha exclaimed. Elixirs in the Shenluo realm were roughly divided into 4 grades: Mystic Void, Mystic Yin, Mystic Yang, and Mystic Sage. Supreme-grade Mystic Sun elixirs were extremely effective even for cultivators at the 5th step of the imperishable realm. In the next moment, a blood-red giant dragon flew out from a house and circled in front of everyone. This was a giant dragon formed from the power of blood and qi. At this moment, its aura was no weaker than an imperishable realm cultivator. This elixir dragon was refined from the blood and qi of our Jiang family's cultivators. Jiang Posha gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with hatred. Come back! A soft shout was heard. The giant blood and qi dragon disappeared into the house again. I didn't expect so many cultivators at the 5th step of the Jiang family to only be able to refine Mystic Sun elixirs. It's not enough. It's far from enough. A voice came from the house again. Jiang Posha and Jiang Tianshu's eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness when they heard the hint of disdain in the voice. Chapter 37-47. In the alchemy room, Ning Qi kept throwing some abstruse sun spiritual materials he obtained from the creation realm into the demon purification gourd. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the Elder Supreme Lord Alchemy Furnace, but without a specific elixir recipe, these spiritual materials might not be able to be refined into elixirs. However, the demon purification gourd was different. The demon purification gourd itself was a spiritual treasure that existed to condense the blood elixir and help the powerful demon cultivators cultivate the demon Dharch Nirvana scripture. As long as it contained spiritual qi, it would be refined into a blood elixir that could temper the body. There was no need for elixir recipes at all. Soon, Ning Qi had thrown in all the abstruse sun spiritual materials, but there was still a little abstruse sage spiritual fruit in the spatial bag, which Ning Qi didn't use. Abstruse sage was something that emperors consumed, and it contained a terrifying amount of spiritual qi. Ning Qi was afraid that his demon purification gourd wouldn't be able to suppress it and would explode. These abstruse sun spiritual materials and the blood essence of the Jiang family's fifth-step cultivators, as long as I can condense a abstruse sage blood elixir, these thousands of years won't be wasted. Ning Qi's eyes narrowed, and he began to concentrate on controlling the demon purification gourd. Time passed day by day. Unknowingly, another 1,000 years had passed. The aura in the demon purification gourd became more and more stable, and at the same time, more and more majestic and vigorous. Ning Qi knew that the moment of elixir formation was coming. The aura of elixir had been uncontrollably emitted from the demon purification gourd and spread outside the alchemy room. Zhao Er and Zhuoshi subconsciously took a breath, and were surprised to find that their strength had improved a bit. Young Master's elixir is about to be completed. Zhuoshi's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. What are you waiting for? Let's take this opportunity to take a few more breaths of immortal qi. Zhao Er reacted very quickly, and directly sat cross-legged outside the alchemy room. 10 days later, the overflowing pill qi had reached its peak. Zhuoshi's cultivation was the first to break through the bottleneck, and a rice grain-sized karma emerged from her sea of consciousness. Zhao Er followed closely. The karma of the two was very small, which showed that they hadn't been contaminated with much karma over the years. So, although their combat strength in the karma realm wasn't too strong, it was relatively easy for them to break through to the fate realm. When a man achieves the Tao, even his pets can ascend. Zhao Er said with a smile. Although his words were crude, there was truth in them. Just the pill qi that Ning Qi released when he was refining pills had allowed the two of them to break through the bottleneck of the Tao querying Great Perfection realm and enter the Karma realm. It seemed simple, but in reality, how could ordinary cultivators have the opportunity to stand at the door of an alchemy room that was overflowing with the aura of a profound sage-level pill? Ordinary cultivators would not have the opportunity to break through the bottleneck in the creation's celestial realm and did not need to undergo a tribulation. The combination of these two extremely harsh conditions allowed Zhao Er and Madame Zhua to easily break through. Roar! A dragon roar rang out once more. This time, even Lu Huang was moved. The branches on his body fluttered uneasily. Then, a long dragon made of blood and qi soared into the sky from the alchemy room. Under the shocked gazes of Jiang Posha and the others, the dragon flew a few rounds and suddenly shrank into a blood pill. It fell steadily into the hands of Ning Qi, who had just walked out of the alchemy room. A profound sage-tier pill, Jiang Posha was dumbfounded. As an expert of the eternal realm, he had taken a few profound sage-tier pills since he started cultivating. However, the grade of those pills was much lower than this one, Duan Yingjun and Duan Feifei also came out of their seclusion after sensing this terrifying aura. Then, they looked at the pill in Ning Qi's hands, dumbfounded, and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. These two are also in the Karma realm? Duan Yingjun suddenly realized that Zhao Er and Madame Zhu's cultivation was actually similar to his. He was even more shocked. He had gone through a lot of hardships and was almost killed by the warriors of the God realm before he broke through to the Karma realm. However, Zhao Er and Madame Zhu had only stayed in the small courtyard and had also reached the Karma realm. Duan Yingjun suddenly felt that his previous action of searching for opportunities might have been a mistake. It was such a waste. Boss, this pill, Duan Yingjun looked curious. It's mine. Ning Qi smiled. Duan Yingjun immediately shut his mouth. I want to take this blood pill to refine my golden body and break through to the undead realm. While I cultivate, you can cultivate outside my door. With your current cultivation, it is only suitable for you to absorb the overflowing medicinal power. If you feel that your body is swollen, don't force it, lest your body explodes from the medicinal power. Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, Ning Qi looked at Jiang Posha outside the courtyard. This time, thank you for the selfless contribution of the Jiang family's fifth-step cultivators to help me break through to the undead realm. Jiang Posha and Jiang Tianshu's expressions became very ugly. They stared at the blood pill with anger in their eyes. Most of the blood pill was condensed from the essence of the Jiang family's fifth-step cultivators. Now that they were watching their enemy break through to the fifth step, even a rock would be fuming with anger. After setting up dozens of restrictive spells, Ning Qi walked into the alchemy room again and swallowed the blood pill in his hand. Then, he slowly sat down and began to circulate the strengthening star technique and the imprisonment dragon elephant sacred art to break through to the undead realm. Outside the door, Duan Yingjun and the other three hurriedly sat cross-legged. In just a few breaths' time, they discovered a majestic force of blood and qi sweeping out from the alchemy room. Every breath they took was equivalent to countless origin energy stones, which was of great help to the fourth step realm. Just the overflowing force is already so terrifying. If boss let me swallow that pill, I'm afraid my body will explode and I'll die. Duan Yingjun couldn't help but sigh. In the end, he didn't receive any response for a long time. When he looked, he realized that Duan Feifei and the other two had already entered a meditative state. Seeing this, Duan Yingjun hurriedly closed his eyes and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Outside the courtyard, Jiang Posha and the others gritted their teeth in hatred when they saw this scene. However, they were imprisoned by Emperor Liu and couldn't do anything. They could only watch as their enemies made breakthroughs in their cultivation in front of them. The terrifying force instantly destroyed Ning Qi's physical body, revealing his bones. However, Ning Qi was very calm. This was the effect he wanted. His physical body had been raised to the limit in the Rebirth Realm Great Circle. Now, only by breaking through to the undead realm and refining 20% of the golden body, could he continue to refine his physical body and embark on the path of becoming a sage. The medicinal power of the mysterious sun-grade blood pill, coupled with the constant flow of Star Giant's star power, frantically refined Ning Qi's left arm. Ning Qi's left arm turned golden at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Ning Qi's left arm had turned into a golden color. 20% of the golden body. At this moment, Ning Qi's aura was more than 100 times stronger than before. From the time he swallowed the blood pill to the current 20% of the golden body, less than 10 minutes had passed. Ning Qi's cultivation also pushed the boat with the current and directly entered the undead realm. The skyrocketing aura didn't show any signs of stopping and continued to rise. Ning Qi's flesh and blood were also intertwined and condensed again. The strength of these muscle tissues was countless times stronger than before. The moment his flesh and blood completely recovered, the strength of his physical body would be at least 100 times stronger than before. Chapter 37:48. The time it took for the body to reform was slow. Every muscle and every cell intertwined at an extremely slow speed. However, the slower the speed, the stronger the reformed body. Ning Qi's current appearance was like a skeleton with a thin layer of flesh that was as thin as a cicada's wing. He looked even more terrifying than before, but the qi and blood contained in this thin layer of flesh had already surpassed his previous state at his peak. Time passed, year after year. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Ning Qi's body had been completely reformed. The medicinal efficacy of the blood pill was also basically absorbed by Ning Qi. A small portion was used to temper his golden body, but most of it was used to fill Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi originally wanted to temper his golden body more to see if he could break through to the immortal realm in one fell swoop. However, he found that his foundation was still not enough. After tempering his golden body by 20%, his cultivation was stuck at the undead realm Great Circle. The remaining medicinal efficacy was absorbed by his body, forging a body comparable to a defensive innate spiritual treasure. Now, even if he stood there and let an undead realm cultivator hit him, unless the other party had an innate spiritual treasure above grade 8, they would not be able to hurt a hair on Ning Qi. The strength of his body had far exceeded the limit of an undead realm Great Circle cultivator. In addition, Ning Qi's primordial spirit had also greatly increased. Previously, his primordial spirit points were stuck at 10,000, which was the limit of undead realm Great Circle cultivators. But now, after breaking through to the undead realm Great Circle, his primordial spirit points had exceeded 10,000, reaching more than 15,000. This was already the strength of immortal realm Great Circle cultivators. As long as his primordial spirit points increased to the limit of immortal realm Great Circle, the power of the spells he could cast would not be far from that of immortal realm Great Circle cultivators. This would greatly improve Ning Qi's combat strength. In the past, he could only rely on his body to resist the enemy. But now, he could dual cultivate magic and martial arts. As long as he refined the spells he had, the power would not be underestimated. In Ning Qi's core C, the wind and clouds suddenly changed and a round golden core appeared. This was different from the inner core formed when he broke through to the Dodan realm. This was the immortal core that could only be condensed by an undead realm Great Circle cultivator. With this undying pill, the power within Ning Qi's body became undying power, which was much stronger than samsara power. Moreover, the speed at which he recovered from his injuries was not something that samsara power could compare with. The immortal pill has been completed, and my ancient star body has broken through to the 11th rank. The dragon elephant sacred art has also broken through to the 93rd rank. I'm only 6 ranks away from reaching the limit. After breaking through to the immortal realm, my strength has increased by leaps and bounds. If I encounter ordinary immortal realm cultivators, there's no need for Lu Huang to make a move. Thinking of this, Ning Qi walked straight out of the alchemy room. Outside the door, Duan Yingjun and the other 3 were meditating. The aura that Ning Qi emitted was more useful than any spirit herb to 4th step cultivators. Moreover, because the aura was emitted bit by bit, it wouldn't burst their bodies. This allowed them to make better use of the medicinal power to improve themselves. When they were done with their seclusion, they would probably be able to break through 1 or 2 small realms. It was even possible for them to enter the Karma realm. This is the undead realm? There really is no heavenly tribulation in the divine realm of creation. The moment Ning Qi came out of seclusion, he immediately attracted the attention of Jiang Tianshu and the others. When they discovered that Ning Qi was emitting the aura of the undead realm, their expressions became extremely ugly. The stronger Ning Qi was, the less chance they had of escaping this place. Jiang Tianshu's face revealed a trace of unwillingness, and there was a trace of deep jealousy in the depths of his eyes. In the Shunluo world, one had to undergo the undying tribulation in order to break through to the undying realm. It was extremely dangerous. There might not even be one person in 10 rebirth realm great circle who could successfully pass the tribulation. When he broke through to the undying realm, he almost took a trip to the myriad world reincarnation gate and almost reincarnated. If it wasn't for the fact that he used the grade 8 demon refining gourd to cultivate the demon emperor nirvana scripture and the ancient star body, which made his body far stronger than others of the same level, he wouldn't have been able to make it. Fortunately, this kid doesn't seem to trust the Dark Parliament. Otherwise, if he brought all the Dark Parliament cultivators into this world, it might be a catastrophe for the Shunluo world in the future. Jiang Posha muttered to himself. He had experienced the strength of the Dark Parliament countless times. Although it couldn't be compared to the Holy Parliament, the main reason was that all the cultivators in the Shunluo world were in the hands of the Holy Parliament. This included the Dark Parliament members. On the surface, they might be patriarchs of some sect who had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years. However, in reality, it was because they couldn't make a breakthrough and didn't dare to make a breakthrough for fear of being killed by the Holy Parliament. These patriarchs had deep foundations. If they came to the creation celestial realm, they might be able to make a breakthrough to a terrifying realm in a short period of time. What is he trying to do? Is he planning to sacrifice us after making a breakthrough? A Karma Realm cultivator from the Great Azure Dragon race looked at Ning Qi, who was walking towards them, with fear. Jiang Posha and the others ignored his words and even sneered in their hearts. If Yi Fuqian really wanted to kill them, it was no different from letting them go. Walking in front of Emperor Lu, Ning Qi greeted him and looked at Jiang Tianshu with a smile. Tianshu, I'm now at the undead realm full circle. There's not much chance for you to take revenge. Are you desperate? This lad has just entered the undead realm and he's already at the full circle. Who was he in his previous life? Why is his foundation so deep? Gongsun Wufwa stared at Ning Qi with horror in his heart. He didn't expect that Ning Qi's first golden body tempering was thanks to him. If he knew about this and could return to the past, Gongsun Wufwa wouldn't have done anything to Ning Qi. Kill me if you want, but you can't humiliate me. Jiang Tianshu glared at Ning Qi with bloodshot eyes. So what if I humiliate you? What can you do to me? Ning Qi laughed. Ah! Jiang Tianshu let out a long roar of extreme anger. Before he could shut up, the willow branch whipped over and sucked his voice back into his stomach. Ning Beixian, we're already suppressed by you. Do whatever you want. There's no need to provoke us like this. Jiang Posha said with a calm expression. I'm not provoking you. I'm just humiliating you. Ning Qi laughed. Hearing that, Jiang Posha's face turned extremely ugly. No matter what, Yi Fuqian was a powerful person. How could he enjoy humiliating others like this? Which expert didn't have any manners? Gongsun Wufwa, how does it feel after hanging up there for so many years? Do you want to come down and have a walk? Ning Qi ignored Jiang Posha and looked at Gongsun Wufwa with a faint smile. Gongsun Wufwa thought that Ning Qi was going to humiliate him and immediately closed his eyes. However, when he heard the latter part of his sentence, he subconsciously widened his eyes and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. You're letting me go? Chapter 3749. Yes, I plan to let you go. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. When everyone heard this, they were slightly startled. Then, they stared at Ning Qi's face and found that he did not seem to be lying. They suddenly felt puzzled and a trace of jealousy. The few cultivators of the Dragon Clan from the Great Blue Dragon sect saw a glimmer of hope. They knew that the Jiang family and Ning Qi had an irreconcilable enmity, so it was impossible for Jiang Tianshu and Gongsun Wufua to leave. However, if Gongsun Wufua could leave, there should be a chance for them to be released too, right? Brother Gongsun, don't listen to this kid's words. He has other motives, Jiang Posha said lightly. If not for the fact that they were both imprisoned in this place, Gongsun Wufua, a middle-stage sempiternal realm cultivator who had only tempered his golden body to 30% completion, would not even be qualified to talk to him. Since Gongsun Wufua could cultivate to the 5th step of the immortal realm, he could indeed be called a genius in the past. However, there were many kinds of geniuses. For someone like Gongsun Wufua, who had a weak primordial spirit and had not tempered his golden body much, it was almost impossible for him to step into the imperishable realm. Any middle-stage, immortal realm expert from the Jiang clan could easily defeat Gongsun Wufua. Is that true? Gongsun Wufua looked doubtful. If you really let me go, I can swear a heavenly Tao blood oath that I will never tell anyone about this place. The enmity between us will also be written off. If you need my help in the future, I will do my best to help you. Forget about the strength of dogs and horses. If you want to leave this place, there is one condition. Ning Qi smiled faintly. What conditions? Gongsun Wufua suddenly realized that the other party must have something to ask of him. Otherwise, why would he let him go for no reason? Defeat me. Ning Qi smiled. If you beat me, you can leave. If you lose, you will continue to hang on the tree. You are indeed teasing me. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Wufua's eyes were filled with despair. Emperor Lu is an imperishable realm star demon. With him around, how can I defeat you? Don't worry, Emperor Lu won't make a move. It's just you and me. Ning Qi smiled faintly. So he's looking for a whetstone. However, if you think that you can fight a sempiternal realm expert at the consummate level of the undead realm, aren't you overestimating yourself a little too much? Everyone was enlightened. Really? You're not lying to me? Gongsun Wufua was still full of doubts. Of course, you don't have to choose. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand, turning around to leave. Upon seeing this, Gongsun Wufua immediately shouted, I promise you. However, you must swear a heavenly Tao blood oath that if you are defeated by me, you must immediately let me go. Also, you are not allowed to send me out of the Fortune Divine domain. Ning Qi stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at Gongsun Wufua coldly. I gave you a chance and you wanted a mile after taking an inch. What kind of situation do you think you are in now? Do you have the right to negotiate with me? All right, I agree. Gongsun Wufua gritted his teeth and did not ask Ning Qi to make a heavenly Tao blood oath. Even though he knew that the chances of him leaving this place were slim, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he had to give it a try. If he could kill this kid in battle with lightning speed, it would also be worth it. As he thought of this, Gongsun Wufua was suddenly filled with anticipation for the upcoming battle. Emperor Lu, put him down. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Emperor Lu waved his willow branch, as if he was asking if Ning Qi's order was real. It's all right, he can't hurt me. Ning Qi smiled. Only then did Emperor Lu move. The willow branch that was tied to Gongsun Wufua's body loosened instantly. Gongsun Wufua first fell down, then immediately rose into the air. He felt the power in his body returning to him continuously, once again under his control. The feeling of being imprisoned was too unbearable. At this moment, Gongsun Wufua suddenly felt that freedom was great. Kill him! Jiang Posha's voice exploded in Gongsun Wufua's ears. Gongsun Wufua reacted, and the immortal power in his body immediately condensed on his fist. He threw a punch at Ning Qi, but before Ning Qi could react, his body suddenly stopped and he shouted, Purple Heaven Thunderbolt! The next moment, a frightening bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky and blasted towards Ning Qi. This bolt of lightning contained an extremely majestic power of immortality. Judging from its momentum, it was obvious that this was the strongest spell that Gongsun Wufo could cast at that moment. The punch just now was just a feint. His real killer move was on this thunder technique. Thunder techniques focused on killing, and its offensive power was extraordinary. With his immortal realm cultivation, Gongsun Wufo believed that a mere undying realm full circle would not be able to withstand such a powerful thunder technique like the Purple Heaven Thunderbolt. Die. Gongsun Wufo already had a smile on his face. The speed of the thunder technique was so fast that it was impossible for Ning Qi to dodge it. Unless he had a way to resist the thunder technique, he could only be hit by it. Boom! The Purple Heaven Thunderbolt directly bombarded Ning Qi's body. When Gongsun Wufo saw this, he turned around and left without looking back. He even shouted, "Emperor Lu! He has already been defeated by me. According to my promise, I can leave now." He felt that Ning Qi would definitely die, but Emperor Lu was still around. If Emperor Lu broke his promise and attacked him, he would not be able to escape. Therefore, he used his promise to stop Emperor Lu from attacking him. Is he really dead? Jiang Tianshu's eyes were filled with surprise. Jiang Posha was also slightly shocked. He then stared at the area where Ning Qi was standing. When the smoke dissipated, he would know what state Ning Qi was in. A few breaths later, the smoke dissipated. Ning Qi was still standing in the same place. There was some smoke coming from his body, but apart from that, there was not a single injury on his body. Jiang Tianshu revealed a look of despair. How is this possible? Jiang Posha was also shocked by this scene. Ning Qi actually used his body to resist the Purple Heaven Thunderbolt of the Immortal Realm? In the Tyli land, the sect with the strongest body was the Archaic Star Pavilion. This was because the power of the stars was extremely effective in tempering one's body. However, according to what he knew, even the undead realm in the Archaic Star Pavilion could not resist the attack of the Immortal Realm with their body alone. Moreover, Ning Qi looked unharmed. Ning Qi's body was too terrifying. Indeed, it is difficult for an ordinary immortal realm to hurt me. Even a sempiternal realm great perfection cannot kill me in one move. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. His eyes fell on the back of Gongsun Wufo, who was escaping. Emperor Lu, bring him back. Ning Qi smiled. He had tested his defense. Next, it was time to test his attack. Swoosh! A willow branch shot out. After a breath's time, the tightly bound Gongsun Wufo was captured again. Emperor Lu, you did not keep your promise. He has already. Gongsun Wufo cursed viciously. Then, his eyes fell on Ning Qi. He could not continue his words. Chapter 3750. How are you not dead? Gongsun Wufo was silent for a moment before he asked in a low voice. I should be asking you that. Ning Qi smiled. I didn't expect the strongest attack of an immortal realm to be so weak. What does that mean? It means that your primordial spirit is too weak. That attack just now should have seriously injured an immortal realm expert even if he survived. Gongsun Wufo said angrily, You must have a defensive treasure on you. Is it grade 8 or 9? With such a treasure, how am I supposed to fight you? He didn't use any treasure just now, but used his body to resist your Purple Heaven Thunderbolt. Jiang Posha said calmly. Gongsun Wufo was slightly stunned when he heard that. The next moment, the willow branches on his body suddenly loosened. Ning Qi smiled. You hit me, so it's my turn now. My words still count. If you can defeat me, I'll let you go. All right. Gongsun Wufo nodded calmly. The smile on Ning Qi's face gradually faded, and the aura on his body began to change inexplicably. In the void behind him, a humongous dragon head suddenly condensed and stared coldly at Gongsun Wufo. When the dragon head appeared, An extremely dangerous feeling rose in Gongsun Wufua's heart. At the same time, Jiang Posha and the rest were shocked. The power of the dragon head was not weaker than the purple heaven thunderbolt, but stronger. What kind of technique is this? He's only in the immortal realm, how can he use such a terrifying technique? Jiang Tianshu looked at the scene unwillingly. He had worked hard for so many years and finally killed Ning Qi's previous incarnation. However, he was defeated in this incarnation, and it was a terrible defeat. He couldn't understand the opponent's technique at all. Compared to the dragon head, both Ning Qi and Gongsun Wufua seemed extremely small, like ants standing in front of a giant. Escape. I must escape. Gongsun Wufua suddenly had a thought. In the next moment, he turned around and fled, because he felt that Ning Qi's move might cause irreparable damage to him. Seeing that Gongsun Wufua had fled, Emperor Lu asked Ning Qi if he should capture him. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head, then gently pushed his palm towards Gongsun Wufua's back. A breeze brushed past Ning Qi's sleeves. Jiang Tianshu and the rest also felt a light breeze blowing on their faces. Other than the gust of wind, Ning Qi's palm didn't seem to have any other unusual phenomenon. However, in the next moment, they were shocked to see that Gongsun Wufua, who was escaping, froze in midair. Then, the flesh and blood on his body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, he turned into a skeleton. Gongsun Wufua, who had turned into a skeleton, did not die. He turned around slowly and looked at Ning Qi with his empty eye socket. Because his eyeballs were gone, no one could tell what Gongsun Wufua was looking at. However, everyone could guess what Gongsun Wufua was feeling now. You lost. Ning Qi smiled. A willow branch shot out and instantly bound Gongsun Wufua. Gongsun Wufua hung beside Jiang Posha once again. Unlike before, Gongsun Wufua had turned into a skeleton and his aura had clearly dropped by a small realm. Ning Qi's palm strike had directly caused Gongsun Wufua's cultivation to drop to the initial stage of the sempiternal realm. What spell is this? Gongsun Wufua suddenly asked. Because he had lost his vocal cords, his voice sounded a little robotic. It's not a spell. Ning Qi smiled. Then what is it? Gongsun Wufua asked again. Martial arts technique, 18 dragons subduing palms. Ning Qi smiled. Martial arts technique? The kind of martial arts technique that mortals use? Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. They knew of the existence of such martial arts technique. However, in their eyes, martial arts techniques were just insignificant skills. In the Shunluo realm, it wouldn't even be able to break a rock. Its power was extremely low. However, Ning Qi's palm strike had directly destroyed the golden body of a sempiternal realm cultivator. Could this even be called a martial arts technique? This was clearly a spell that was even more terrifying than the heavenly thunder of purple clouds. However, they did not know that in Ning Qi's hands, there was no difference between martial arts techniques and spells. When he used his primordial spirit strength of more than 15,000 points and his terrifying physical body, the power of the palm strike had already exceeded the original limit of the 18 dragons subduing palms. Even the phenomenon had changed. Previously, a silver dragon had broken out of his body. Now it was just a gentle breeze that swept past. Compared to before, this kind of phenomenon without phenomenon was obviously easier to resist. I've actually been defeated by a mortal's martial arts technique. Gongsun Wufua's voice was robotic, and no emotions could be heard. However, it was obvious that he had been defeated by Ning Qi using mortal technique. It was highly likely that his mentality had already collapsed. Remember, be it spells or martial arts techniques, they are all means to kill. Although it's all fancy, it's still for the sake of killing. As long as it can kill, it's a dragon-slaying technique. Ning Qi said, turned around and returned to the courtyard. This experiment was very successful. Ning Qi already knew where his limits were. In the future, he would not make the same mistake when he encountered enemies. In times of need, it could save his life. After Ning Qi left, Jiang Posha suddenly looked at Gongsun Wufua and said, "Don't be fooled by him. Although he used mortal techniques, in the hands of an undying realm, even the weakest technique is no different from a mortal. It can only be said that his primordial spirit is far stronger than an ordinary undying realm, even stronger than you. Coupled with his terrifying physical body, that palm strike just now was so powerful. If it were someone else, I'm afraid the power wouldn't even be able to hurt you. So what? Now I can't even defeat him, let alone escape this place. Jiang Posha, as an eternal realm elder of the Jiang family, you have tempered your golden body to 90%. Do you have a way to leave this place? If not, please shut up and let me have some peace and quiet." Gongsun Wufua stared at Jiang Posha with his empty eye socket. "How dare you?" Jiang Tianshu was furious. It was one thing to be humiliated by Ning Qi, but now, an undying realm elder who had been defeated by an undying realm dared to speak to his patriarch in such a manner? Jiang Posha was stunned for a moment, then his face turned extremely gloomy. "If I wasn't imprisoned by Emperor Liu, I would have killed you with one palm strike." Gongsun Wufua laughed silently. "If you want to kill me, leave this place first. You are imprisoned, and the Jiang family has been destroyed. Now, even an ant on the ground can't be killed by you." When everyone heard this, they immediately fell silent. Gongsun Wufua was right. Whether it was the fourth step Karma realm or the fifth step Undying realm, their situation was exactly the same. One day, I will escape from this place. When that time comes, the first person to die in my hands will not be him, but you. Jiang Posha sneered and said no more. Chapter 3751. Back in the courtyard, Duan Yingjun and the others were still in a meditative state, digesting the remaining energy. Their cultivations had more or less improved while Ning Qi was in seclusion. Duan Yingjun's cultivation had improved the most. He was already in the advanced stage of the Karma realm and was trying to break through to the consummate stage. Zhao Er and Duan Feifei's aptitude was similar. Both of them had just entered the intermediate stage of the Karma realm, and there was still a long way to go before they could break through to the advanced stage. My cultivation has already reached a bottleneck. If I want to make a breakthrough to the sempiternal realm, I have no choice but to temper my aurate body. There aren't many shortcuts in the process. I've already refined all the spiritual materials that are beneficial to my aurate body into blood pills. It's about time for me to make another trip to the Fortune Celestial Realm. Ning Qi pondered for a moment, then injected a stream of immortal force into Duan Yingjun and the others. In the next moment, their cultivation broke through their current bottleneck. The consummate stage of the Karma realm. Ah! I am indeed a god's favored one. Soon, I will break through to the heavenly mandate realm and then the rebirth realm. Finally, I will be immortal. Duan Yingjun felt the surging power in his body, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Lady Zhua also successfully broke through to the late stage of the Karma realm. Zhao Er and Duan Feifei were originally unable to break through to the late stage of the Karma realm, but with the help of Ning Qi's undying power, the two of them managed to break through. However, they needed to spend more time to stabilize their current realm before they could continue cultivating. I plan to explore the creation's celestial realm. Your cultivation has already reached the fourth step. If there are no special circumstances, you can just cultivate in the small courtyard. This interspatial ring is filled with spiritual materials that can be used by fourth-step cultivators. Feel free to use them. Ning Qi smiled at the four of them, then handed an interspatial ring to Zhuaer. Zhuaer nodded and said, "Young master, I will take good care of this interspatial ring." "Boss, you broke through?" Duan Ingjun subconsciously wanted to check Ning Chi's current cultivation, but he found that Ning Chi was like a vast ocean, unfathomable. Yes, the consummate stage of the undead realm. Ning Chi smiled. The consummate stage of the undead realm. Duan Ingjun was slightly startled, and then he smiled awkwardly and said, "Boss is really the boss." He originally thought that after entering the creation divine realm, he had obtained some fortuitous encounters and his cultivation speed was fast enough. In the end, he didn't expect Ning Chi to be even faster than him. Not only did Ning Chi break through a major realm, but he also directly broke through to the perfected stage. "Boss, why don't you bring us along to explore the divine realm of creation? If there's a fortuitous encounter that you don't fancy, just throw it to us." Duan Ingjun smiled shamelessly. "Your cultivation is too low. If you encounter any danger, you'll die in the blink of an eye. I won't bring you along and just cultivate here." "That's right, I heard some movements before. Did you encounter a God Realm warrior?" Ning Chi laughed. Duan Ingjun sighed in his heart when he saw that Ning Chi did not bring him along. He nodded and said, "Fei Fei and I entered a huge city called the Sea Teeth. At first glance, there were cultivators comparable to the 9 tribulations masters of creation. Later we found out that they were only grade 1 godly warriors. I heard that the natives here have just been born, and as soon as they reach adulthood, they can easily become grade 1 godly warriors." "What about rank 2? How many are there?" Ning Chi pondered for a moment and said, "Rank 2 is a little rarer, but there are still a lot of them. Among them, there are strong and weak ones. The weak ones are like human immortals in the celestial world, and the strong ones are comparable to immortal emperors in the celestial world. After that, there are rank 3, whose aura is similar to the Tao querying realm. This time, I was chased by a rank 4 godly warrior. If not for Emperor Liu, I reckon he would have succeeded." Duan Ingjun was still a little afraid. In that case, a rank 5 godly warrior is equivalent to a 5th step cultivator, and a rank 6 godly warrior is equivalent to an emperor? Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Duan Ingjun again. "Have you seen a godly warrior above rank 6 in the Sea Teeth City?" "No, but I heard that the city lord of the Sea Teeth City is a rank 6 godly warrior. His strength is extremely terrifying," Duan Ingjun said. "It seems that the danger hidden in the divine realm of creation is much greater than that in the Shunluo world." Ning Chi's eyes were slightly solemn. In ancient times, there were 7th-step cultivators in the Shunluo world. Back then, the Xianyuan immortal sect was one of the top sects that had a 7th-step cultivator. Now, 99% of the extremely mysterious members of the Holy Saint Council were 7th-step cultivators. Otherwise, how could they have the ability to control the tribulation transcendence of every cultivator in the Shunluo world? Although the Holy Saint Council was so powerful, they did not involve themselves in the divine realm of creation. It was like a piece of cake placed in front of a hungry person, but that person did not choose to eat it. There could only be one reason: this cake was poisonous. The divine realm of creation has an existence that even the Holy Saint Council fears. It could be a rank 7 godly warrior, or even a rank 8 godly warrior. If that's the case, everything makes sense. Thinking of this, Ning Chi instructed Duan Ingjun and the other 3 and asked for the route to the Sea Teeth City. Then, he left the small courtyard. He planned to go to the Sea Teeth City personally to take a look. If he could understand more about the godly warrior, it would be extremely beneficial for his future plans. Unknowingly, Ning Chi had already treated the divine realm of creation as the main place for his faction to develop. About 1,000 miles away from the small courtyard, there were 7 figures moving forward carefully. These 7 people were all rebirth realm cultivators, ranging from the early stage to the perfected stage. However, they did not dare to fly in the air openly. Instead, they hurried on the ground. Senior brother, this is the second time you've entered the sacred mountain. Are the godly warriors really so terrifying? With our cultivation, as long as we don't meet a fifth-step cultivator, who can kill us? How long will it take for us to reach the Sea-Teeth City if we travel so slowly? A female cultivator who still had a trace of childishness on her face grumbled. The person she was complaining to was the Rebirth Realm Great Perfection cultivator, who was walking at the front of the group. The aura of us Shenluo world cultivators is completely different from that of the godly warriors. If we use spells to travel, our aura will leak and easily attract the attacks of the godly warriors. In their eyes, we are demons and must be killed. I heard that our heads are quite valuable over there, so we have to be careful. The leader Xiao paused for a moment and looked at the other 6 junior brothers and sisters with a solemn expression. It wasn't easy for the sect to send us here. Other than our own opportunities, we also have to help the sect bring back more spiritual materials to make up for the cost of sending us here. The Great Elder is only half a step away from entering the Emperor realm. If we can find a Phoenix reincarnation fruit this time, our sect will have 10 Emperor realm experts, and it will only be a matter of time before we become a divine sect. When everyone heard this, their expressions immediately became solemn. They nodded and the female cultivator no longer grumbled. In the void not far behind them, Ningqi looked at them without moving. A trace of light flashed in his eyes. 10 Emperor Realm experts. It seems that the sects of the primordial lands are more powerful than I imagined. No wonder these people look so young and have already entered the reincarnation realm. They are about the same age as the few I met last time. I can get more detailed information about the primordial lands from them. Chapter 3752. For the next few days, Ningqi quietly followed the group of Rebirth Realm cultivators. Through their occasional conversation, Ningqi came to a conclusion. Those sects in the primordial lands that had the ability to send their disciples into the Fortune Divine Realm had a deep understanding of the Fortune Divine Realm. In Ningqi's eyes, the other party's leader had wanted to obtain the Phoenix reincarnation fruit. How could it be so easy to see a fruit that contained heaven and earth spiritual energy that far surpassed the profound sage realm? However, they occasionally revealed some information, as if they knew the existence of the Phoenix reincarnation fruit in the Hague City, just that it was more difficult to obtain. When the Fortune Divine Realm first overlapped, Shui and the others obtained the Phoenix reincarnation fruit. Now it seems that such a spirit fruit may be rare in the Fortune Divine Realm, but it is definitely not rare. It should be the same for the Qilin's heart. I am now in the Undying Realm, but my primordial spirit has broken through the limit of the Undying Realm. As long as I have enough Qilin's heart, it should not be a problem to cultivate my primordial spirit to 30,000 points in a short period of time. This is equivalent to the limit of the Immortal Realm, and not all Immortal Realm cultivators can reach it. Primordial spirit cultivation also depends on one's aptitude. Thinking of this, Ningqi had a few ideas. If he could not obtain a spirit fruit similar to the Phoenix reincarnation fruit this time, it would be difficult for him to break through to the Immortal Realm in a short period of time. His physical body had also reached its limit, and if he continued to temper it, it would only slowly strengthen his golden body. His combat power and cultivation would be limited, but he could still work on his primordial spirit. Previously, when he destroyed Gongsun Wufua's physical body, Ningqi tasted the sweetness of a powerful primordial spirit for the first time. If his primordial spirit could reach 30,000 points, the power of his palm would increase exponentially. In this way, in some aspects, his means would be no different from the Immortal Realm. Everyone, pay attention. 100 miles away is the Hague City. At this time, we will encounter the natives of the Fortune Divine Realm. They speak the same language as us, but with a different accent. The sect has already taught you this, so you must be careful not to give yourself away. Luo Yu looked at his 6 junior brothers and sisters with a solemn expression. He had promised the sect that he would bring back as many people as they entered. This was not the first time he had entered. He believed that as long as his junior brothers and sisters were smart enough, it would not be a problem for them to return to the sect safely. At that time, as long as they could obtain a little opportunity in the fortune divine realm, it would not take long for them to reach the 5th step. Yes, senior brother. The 6 of them answered in unison, and their accents had indeed changed a little. Ning Qi, who had been following behind them, saw this and narrowed his eyes slightly. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong decided to follow this group of people on the spur of the moment. Otherwise, the moment he entered the Hague city, his identity would be easily exposed due to his accent. Although he could leave the fortune divine realm as soon as possible, as long as an emperor realm expert didn't ambush him, he wouldn't be in any danger. However, the next time he entered the fortune divine realm, he would still be at the same place. Fang Lingming and Wang Shui probably didn't know about this, but it was highly likely that they wouldn't come into contact with the God's Realm warriors. Even if they did, with Fang Lingming's intelligence and Wang Shui's cultivation, Ning Qi believed that the risk wouldn't be too great. As for the others, they could only pray for their own good fortune. Stop right there. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front. More than 10 figures broke through the air and blocked the path of Luo Yu's group of 7. Their eyes were like lightning, and the person in the lead emitted the aura of the rebirth realm. The rest of them ranged from the Karma realm to the Heavenly Mandate realm. Are these the God's Realm warriors? They should be at the 4th grade. Their appearance is no different from the cultivators of the Shunluo realm, but their accent is indeed a little different. Ning Qi observed in the dark. The other party's cultivation was too low to detect Ning Qi's presence. With Ning Qi's current spirit power, it was too easy to hide himself. Unless the other party's spirit power was stronger than his, they wouldn't be able to detect him. Are you the captain of the Hague City's patrol team? May I know why you have stopped us? Luo Yu said calmly with his hands cupped together. His 6 junior brothers and sisters were shocked. They didn't expect to encounter the God's Realm warriors before entering the city. However, they concealed their uneasiness well and didn't give themselves away. Hearing Luo Yu's accent, the captain of the patrol team looked better. After looking at Luo Yu up and down, he asked, "Where are you from?" "We are from Longxian City." Luo Yu smiled and paused. He was a little curious. I have been to the Hague City a few times. Usually, there isn't such a tight security. Did you see those demons? Yes. Some time ago, 2 demons sneaked into the Hague City and stole the young city lord's spirit fruit. As a result, they advanced to a 4th grade warrior on the spot and were discovered by the young city lord. The young city lord chased them all the way and has yet to return. If you see these 2 people, you must tell me their whereabouts immediately. The captain of the patrol team took out 2 portraits and showed them to Luo Yu and the others. When Ning Qi saw this, there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. These 2 portraits were of Duan Yingjun and Duan Feifei. It seemed that the Hague City was still very wary of the Shunluo world cultivators. Just such a small matter had caused the place to be so heavily guarded. He didn't know what else happened that made the God's Realm warriors hate the Shunluo world cultivators. We have come all the way from Longxian City, but we have never seen the people in the portraits. If we see them, we will definitely tell you frankly. Luo Yu glanced at the portraits and found them unfamiliar. He shook his head and smiled. The captain of the patrol team stared at Luo Yu's expression. Seeing that he couldn't see any clues, he waved his hand and let them pass. Luo Yu smiled and bowed, then walked towards the Hague City with his junior brothers and sisters. After the patrol team had gone far away, they began to communicate privately. "Senior brother, the 2 people just now looked unfamiliar. Which sect do you think they are from? They were so careless that their true identity was discovered by the other party. They almost implicated us, the immature female cultivator said with dissatisfaction. The rest of them nodded with lingering fear, but in their hearts, they felt that the God's Realm warriors were only SOSO. The search of the Shunluo world cultivators was not as rigorous as they imagined. I don't know them either, but it is normal to be discovered. Didn't you hear what the God's Realm warrior said just now? These two people ate the spirit fruit of the young city lord of the Hague City? I know that the young city lord quite well. He likes delicious food the most. He often mixes some Xian Sun level spiritual materials with delicious food before enjoying it. The spiritual materials he swallowed were of very high grade. I'm afraid that the two of them have gained a lot of benefits. Luo Yu transmitted his voice. In his tone, there was a trace of envy that was difficult to hide. On the other side, the patrol team once again stopped a figure, but this time, the captain's face became a little dignified, with a hint of respect. What do you want? Ning Qi frowned. The accent was exactly the same as that of the God's Realm warrior. Sir, we are searching for two demons. May I know where you are from? The captain of the patrol team said respectfully. Chapter 3753. Ning Qi didn't speak directly, but used a scrutinizing gaze to look at the group of patrolling soldiers in front of him. Other than the captain who could still maintain his composure, the rest of the patrolling soldiers didn't dare to look Ning Qi in the eye. They all lowered their heads. In the divine realm of fortune, the ranks of warriors in the divine realm were very strict. They were only fourth-grade warriors, but Ning Qi's aura revealed that he was obviously a fifth-grade warrior. Such an existence was rare in the Hague City. The commander in charge of the entire Hague City's patrols was also a fifth-grade warrior. I came from Longxian City. I remember that the Hague City was not so strict before. What happened recently? Ning Qi said lightly. When the captain heard this, a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Longxian City again? However, Longxian City was relatively close to the Hague City. Usually, many warriors from the Divine Realm would come to the Hague City from Longxian City. Because of the special geographical location of the Hague City, it had always had a trading relationship with the Sea Clan. Good things often appeared there, and these good things were extremely attractive to every warrior from the Divine Realm. To tell you the truth, some time ago, we found two Shenluo demons sneaking into this place and eating the Wisdom King fruit that the young city lord bought from the Sea Clan. Therefore, during this period of time, the higher-ups have ordered us to be on guard and not allow the demons to sneak in a second time. The captain of the patrol said. Oh? What do the two demons look like? You haven't caught them yet? Ning Qi said lightly. The captain of the patrols showed Ning Qi the portrait and said, the young city lord personally went after them. I've never seen these two people. Has your young city lord caught them? Ning Qi said. This, not yet, but we have sent a few fifth-grade warriors. I believe it will not be long before we find the two Shenluo demons. The captain of the patrol's eyes flashed with a trace of embarrassment. What kind of status did the young city lord have? He personally went after two Shenluo demons who had just broken through to the fourth grade, but spent a long time not catching them. Instead, he lost himself. If this matter were to spread out, it would damage the reputation of the young city lord of the Hague City. Therefore, the Hague City did not make a big fuss. They only ordered the patrol team to guard the Hague City and sent a few grade 5 God Realm warriors to provide support. From this point, it could be seen that the young city lord of the Hague City was only a grade 4 God Domain warrior, yet he dared to chase after Duan Ingjun and Duan Feifei alone. It could be seen how much a God Domain warrior looked down on the cultivators of the God Domain realm. It was no wonder that the divine Luo world would only send rebirth realm cultivators to the creation divine territory. Occasionally, they would send fifth step or even thearchs, but they might not meet the warriors of the divine territory. It was normal for them to be looked down upon. I hope so. Ning Qi glanced at him indifferently. Is there anything else? No, no more. Milord, please. When the leader of the patrol team heard this, he hurriedly stepped aside. Ning Qi quickly caught up with Luo Yu and the rest. This time, he did not hide himself and followed them from afar. From his probing this time, he knew that although the Hague city was wary of the cultivators of the divine Luo world, it was not a deliberate precaution. If Duan Injun had not secretly eaten the spirit fruit of the young city lord, the Hague city would not have sent the patrol team to patrol outside. Duan Injun could be considered lucky. If the Hague city had been so heavily guarded from the start, the couple would have died in the hands of these god domain warriors, not to mention entering the city. Senior brother, there is someone following us. One of Luo Yu's junior brothers secretly transmitted a message. The rest of them were also on their guard. Luo Yu stopped in his tracks and looked in Ning Qi's direction. Then, he immediately turned his head and transmitted a message to his junior brothers and sisters. Don't look at him. He is a grade 5 God Realm warrior. We are not his match even if we join forces. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly nodded and continued on their way. The corners of Ning Qi's lips curved up in a faint smile. Walking at a moderate pace like this gave Luo Yu and the others a great deal of psychological pressure. They all muttered to themselves, "Why is a 5th-grade celestial realm warrior walking so slowly?" But soon, when they saw the city gate of the Hague city, they heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Yu and the rest had successfully entered the Hague city. The God Realm warrior guarding the city gate did not even question them. This further confirmed Ning Qi's guess that the Hague city was probably tight on the outside but loose on the inside. This indirectly proved that the God Realm warriors indeed did not care about the divine Luo demons. When Ning Qi entered the city, the God Realm warrior guarding the city gate not only did not question him, but also looked at him with a hint of awe. No wonder it is called the Hague city. After entering the city, Ning Qi looked into the distance and saw the blue sea behind the Hague city. There were 2 tall mountains on both sides of the Hague city, as though the sea had grown 2 teeth. "Sir, is this your first time in the Hague city?" A figure quietly approached Ning Qi and asked in a low voice. Ning Qi noticed the other party as soon as he lifted his foot. He just wanted to see what this grade 3 God Realm warrior wanted to do. Hearing this, Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. It seemed that God Realm warriors were no different. They also had to work hard to make a living. "It's not my first time here. What business do you have?" Ning Qi said lightly. "Sir, you must be here for the Sea Clan auction this time, right? However, the invitation cards for the auction have been sold out. You are a step too late." The other party sized up Ning Qi and smiled. "If you have something to say, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush." Ning Qi was startled, but he said lightly. His aura had been locked on to Luo Yu and the rest. Luo Yu led his junior brothers and sisters into an inn not far from the city gate with great familiarity. "It's like this. This little one is called Fei Yan. Although my cultivation is not high, only a grade 3 God Realm warrior, I still have some connections in the Hague city. If Sir is willing to pay some God Realm stones, I have a way to help Sir get an invitation card to the Sea Clan auction. I heard that the Sea Clan auction will bring out many good things this time." Fei Yan looked at Ning Qi expectantly. With a glance, he could tell that Ning Qi was not ordinary. Grade 5 God Realm warriors like him were usually very generous. Fei Yan just happened to have some connections to get an extra invitation card for the Sea Clan auction. If he could make some money, it might even be enough for him to break through to grade 4. God Realm stones? Ning Qi's eyes flickered, and he casually swept his gaze around. Suddenly, he saw that there was a shop not too far away that was conducting a transaction. A God's Realm warrior who was purchasing items took out 2 stones the size of a fingernail. And Ning Qi couldn't be more familiar with these stones. Origin Essence Stones. Unexpectedly, the currency of the Fortune God Realm was the same as the Shunluo worlds. However, the Origin Essence Stones here were purer. One was equivalent to 10 in the Shunluo world. Speak, how many God Realm stones do you want? Ning Qi looked at Fei Yen calmly. After a pause he continued, don't ask for a sky-high price, otherwise. Fei Yen was shocked. He then said in a low voice, 50,000 God Realm stones. Are you trying to extort me? Ning Qi laughed. 50,000 God Realm stones was equivalent to 500,000 Origin Essence stones. And in the Shunluo world, a Tao-seeking perfection stage cultivator's net worth did not exceed 1 million. The moment the other party opened his mouth, he asked for half the net worth of a Tao-seeking perfection stage cultivator. Was an invitation really worth this price? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.